Hello. How's everybody doing today? I hope that you're doing well. Everybody can hear me. Yes, that's good. We have gotten up to this point. All right, success. How are we doing? I need to make sure everything is up. I need this chat open. I need this chat open. I need 3 monitors for sure. It is time. It's time for 3 monitors. Yeah, hello everybody in the website chat. Kaylee says first time joining live. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm sorry that we have bummer shit to talk about today. We got Baphomet, hello. We got Mersh, what's up? Mama Mephistopheles, Adria, hello. Raccoon Pope, what's up? A-Beatron, Willow Oak, Andy's Mints, Junebug. Holy shit, there's so many people here. Vini Sari. Did I already say hi to Timerinia? I saw you in the Discord recently being super chill, and I appreciate you contributing to the community positively in that way. What's up, Tali? Hello, hello, hello. Kruva as well. What's up? And then, of course, in the YouTube chat, we've got people hanging out in the YouTube chat. If you are in the YouTube chat and you, first of all, you should hit like on the stream if you haven't already. Many of you have, which is awesome. But if you haven't yet, do that really quick. And then if you're on a desktop computer, consider clicking the top link in the description and coming over to the website, luxander.net/live, where we have our own custom chat. You are able to support me directly because super chats are not enabled on YouTube. They take way too much of your money. Google takes way too much of your money. So here we are over on the website with our custom emojis and shit. Hell yeah. But yes, I will still say hello to the YouTube chat because, you know, you're not the redheaded stepchild. I mean, a little bit, but not completely. But hello, we got Phoebe, Gremlin Lord, hello, Anansi, there's Curse, Speedy Shimeji, Ken Fleshman. Oh my god. Thank you, I appreciate the compliment about my necklace. This, I don't even know where it came from, and it's kind of janky and it's like missing parts, but I like it, it's cute. Oh my god, excuse me. Ideas in the Gourd, also first time joining. What's up? How are you all who are joining for the first time? Like, how is this getting served to you? Were you a fan of the YouTube videos already? Or are you just now, like, popping over here? Like, how many newcomers do we have? It's your first time in the chat. Does it mean you're new to the channel? What's up, Aaron? How bad is it today? Oh, it's not fun. You know, it's not a good time. We're not going to have a great moment here. Which is why, if it is your first time here in my YouTube stream, we always hang out for an hour first. So, you know, we have the 12 p.m. stream on Sundays because plenty of people in Europe want to hang out with us and they normally can't do that if I start stream at what is equivalent to midnight their time. So we're going to hang out here, and always at the beginning of stream, we chill for like an hour. We started at 12, so probably about like at least 1 more hour starting now of just chilling, enjoying each other's company, talking about sort of whatever, you know? What's up, Druzilla? Anthony says, sadly not doing well. I'm afraid that all the beautiful diversity in this country is going to get chased out. Yeah, no, I mean, that's why we really have to take that space to appreciate each other and like just have community and talk about stupid shit that doesn't matter, okay? Because otherwise we're going to just like drown in it, and we don't want to do that. Right? That's the goal, is to not drown in it. Also, what's up, Patrick? Hello. Big fan of the YouTube vids, been watching for a couple months now. Cool, thank you. I saw Zan's coverage of this too, but I love watching your coverage of insane stuff like this. I appreciate that. Yeah. Zan has great perspectives on a lot of these political issues. Like, I appreciate him as a colleague in the space. But, you know, it sort of can hit different coming from a trans person, and I'm like older than he is, and I don't mean to say like anything negative or judgmental about him, but just that like I've been doing this activism shit since realistically I've been blogging and active in some type of political space since I was like younger than 18, and I'm 20, almost about 29 now, so I've just been at it for a while. Hendrik, hello. Yuppie here, the time slot is much appreciated. Thank you for the feedback, appreciate it. Robin says, very cool lip choice, my dude. I don't know why, but this is my favorite way to do my lips. And I just haven't really figured out how to do my eyes yet. And also the rest of I don't really do full face foundation and shit. I'm still trying to figure out skincare. My skin, I don't know if you can tell how red my face is right now. I have all these red dots all over because like my skin is just incredibly dry. So every time I take a shower, it's like whether or not I use soap, whether or not I exfoliate, this is what my face looks like. It's like puffy and irritated. When I was a young warthog. I don't see the red dots. Okay, cool. It's just like maybe the fucking lotion is finally absorbed in. I will say CeraVe is very good. Yeah, that might be the brand that I have. I can't remember what brand I have. I have a couple of different ones. My phone delivers you in like 240p right now, so I can't tell shit about your skin. Yeah, Mama Mephistopheles, aren't you like in Australia or something? Like, SADS is the new normal. Ken says I just got home from church. Sunday streams are the perfect way to chill after being stuck there since 7 a.m. I'm glad that you're here to be heretical with us. I couldn't find the CeraVe lotion today, so I had to try Cetaphil. Yeah. I don't want to get too far into skincare stuff because that's like a very niche thing that's very contentious and there's lots of opinions about it. And there's just so much misinformation too. It's a hugely profitable industry. Here's the thing. Any industry that is hugely profitable is also going to be filled with misinformation. Like skincare. People are really invested in looking young forever. People are really invested in like having shiny, moist skin. And like it's good and it's healthy for you. And like I don't like how my skin is itchy during the winter and shit. And like, yeah, I am a little bit vain and I want to look good for as long as I humanly can. But yeah, still, it's just there's so much to learn. Ramya says, you look so cool, love the goth look. I'm not saying this because I'm super biased towards goth stuff and I'm a closeted goth myself. You know, I used to do this kind of clothes when I was in high school and I'm getting back into it lately because I enjoy it. And I enjoy wearing dresses, so I'm wearing a cute dress today. Like, cute dress. And arm warmer. And this also has skellies on it. Where is the skelly? Here's a skelly. It has a skull, which matches my dress. And then I also have the bat earrings. Can you see my earrings? They're so cute. Anyway. Yes, goth comeback, exactly. I have evil skin, but I have a good skin doc now. Gave me very good advice. That's cool, Aaron. I wish I could afford going to a skin doctor. Like, can you, like, all the other things that I could or should be going to the doctor for? Boy, howdy, is that not up there? My chair is all off center here. I'm a lazy goth. Makeup is hard. I mean, God, it is. Skin, most of us have it, but you could be selling it. Ooh. As an ancient being, one can never have enough skellies, right? So many skellies. Anyway. Patrix, are you for serious an anti-vaxxer here right now? Or are you just trolling? America's healthcare is crazy coming from a Welsh person. Listen, I want to get the fuck out of here, all right? Everybody who is in America and has to deal with healthcare just wants to get the holy hell out of here. Just, you know what's going to be really great is like, I'm going to want to get a booster shot later this year and it's going to cost like $100. Is that not, okay, maybe I'm making shit up there, but I know that they're going to start charging for vaccines now. Like they're like taking away a lot of COVID relief stuff. For example, they put more money into like the food stamps program as like a COVID relief emergency thing. And they allowed a bunch of people to get on Medicaid who previously weren't able to. And now they're about to kick a bunch of people off of Medicaid who are currently using that insurance in order to get healthcare. They are gonna supposedly take away all this relief funding, which includes potentially like they're not going to subsidize Pfizer so that they will give us the fucking vaccine for free. The COVID shots don't work. So what the COVID shot does is so here's the way that vaccines work in general. your immune system is comprised of a bunch of bouncers. Like your body is the club, and your body, your immune system is the bouncers of the club. And so when you get a vaccine, you're basically taking a picture of the virus and you're saying, hey man, this is the guy that I want you to kick the shit out of when he comes in here, okay? Which means that it's not going to stop the virus from coming into your body. What's up, Emma? What it is going to do is it's going to enable your immune system to say, hey, bitch, what the fuck are you doing in here? Hey, and like get that bitch out of there, right? More quickly, and like recognizing that it's a threat before it actually starts to do very much damage. So, and then you get a booster because then you're like, hey man, this guy grew out a beard, but I just want you to know that it's still the same fucking guy, and you still need to kick the shit out of this dude and get him the fuck out of this pub, like immediately. So that's how vaccines work, which means that you can still, if you come in contact with the virus, it can still be in your body because you breathed it in, right? And it can still replicate itself in your body to an extent. But it keeps you from getting seriously ill. It's supposed to keep it from replicating itself too much. So then you have like, you're a little bit less infectious. You're a little bit less likely to get seriously ill and require hospitalization. So that's what the COVID shot does. Yeah, I think affected with an A. No long-term human trials for mRNA shots. Patrick's, like, I just want to tell you that coronavirus vaccines have been studied, like, we've been working on this for like 22 years. So it's not like this is new. And it seems to be helping somewhat. Like, we do see a correlation between, like, there is a clear correlation between people who are vaccinated and people who are, like, less infectiously, at least people who are caught up with their boosters and, like, less seriously ill. It uploads kung fu to your matrix brain. Kruva, exactly, that's what it does. Yeah. So COVID is a variation of SARS, and SARS is a very serious illness. Like, actually, I think that coronavirus, like, COVID is called SARS-CoV-2. Is that the official name, SARS-CoV-2? Yeah. So we've been studying this for, God, almost as long as I've been alive. I'm really looking forward to my birthday. Okay, Patrick, I'm gonna need you to be quiet now. I'm just gonna give you like a few minutes to shut the fuck up. Thank you. Oh, the disease is called COVID-19. Okay, I see. Anyway, I'm not used to having vaccine skeptics in the chat. It's not something I'm really interested in dealing with personally. Lux, do you have any fashionable masks? I think maybe, I don't know, actually. I have this like one mask that I wear over my N95 that's just like, it's just blue with like white X's on it. I don't know, like, I would have to make fashionable masks because I'm not trying to, like, buy them at this point. Wardrobe tour. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Whereas a friend of mine who got sick at the same time I did went to the hospital. Don't think she had her vaccine. Oh, I only had the 2 vaccines and got sick in August. It was just a really bad sore throat and a lot of sneezing and headache. That's good. Yeah, you should get the Omicron booster, though. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm immune or an asymptomatic carrier. 3 years in, still haven't gotten COVID once, and I've had several exposures. Yeah, I mean, you could have been asymptomatic, or you could have just not had enough of it in your system to become sick. That happens as well. But you should definitely, you need to get the Omicron booster if you haven't yet. The newer variants of COVID are more actively immune resistant, like because they're different enough from the previous types. Like it keeps mutating because people keep getting sick with it. So yeah, they will have different characteristics, and so they become less and less recognizable. It's like then, you know, it's like the bouncer picture thing. Like not only has he grown out a beard, but he's also like gotten like chin implants and like changed the color of his hair and like a bunch of other shit, and it just gradually looks less and less like the same person. Some people are naturally predisposed to being infected. It has to do with your genes. I mean, I'm sure like SARS-CoV-2 is like a brand new virus, right? And we there are so many other viruses that we do live with. Like we live with herpes, for example. Herpes can kill like babies. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Herpes can kill babies if they're infected with it. And so I imagine that probably adults used to die from herpes a lot, but because herpes is so easy to spread, probably most people alive now are people who have had like some genetic like predisposition to surviving herpes virus. Yeah, nobody's immune to COVID. You could just be, you know, your immune system could be better tuned to fight it off. Is it a vambrace? It's like an arm warmer. It's just cloth. Interesting fact. Yeah, cold sores are a form of herpes. Yeah, if you ever get like those bubbly sores around your mouth, that's herpes. And you can 100% spread it if you have it actively like blistering. Like be careful not to like touch your genitals because you can spread it to your own genitals. But I take a daily antiviral for herpes because I was breaking out too many times last year and it was fucking irritating. And so I just take a daily suppressant. Basically, it's like 80% of adults have herpes, but a lot of people are asymptomatic. Many people have herpes, but very few people have harpies. Food for thought. Oh my gosh, excuse me. A baby was in the news the other week because a baby passed away recently because his dad kissed the baby while he had herpes. Yeah, babies can die from herpes. Off time. Are you just an alt of the other person who was in here earlier? Massive peer-reviewed mask study shows, quote, little to no difference in preventing COVID flu infection. You just said that, and you didn't provide a link. Are you gonna at least provide a link? Come on, kids. Fucking keep up. When I say I've been active in activist communities and shit since I was like a teenager, I started in the skeptic community. You can't just say things to me and not provide a link. It's deeply unserious. That's why they put stuff in the baby's eyes when they are born, right? I mean, probably. I don't actually know. I want to see Lux fight someone. I'm not in the mood to fight someone today. Look at how cutely I'm dressed. Oh my god, this is way better. I want to figure out how to style my hair in a way that it's like taller up here. But this, you know, just parting my hair the wrong way works too. Oh, Anansi. I'm in the mood for blood. You're in the mood for blood. Why? Yeah, what is her name? I wanna remember her name without any help. What? Okay, never mind. Yeah, Shigo. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Okay, the link is not coming through on my chat. Come over to the website or email it to me, even better. Transmask, mask, transmask, mask, transmask, Transmask, transmask. Transmask, mask. Transmask, transmask. Transmask, mask, transmask. Transmask, transmask, transmask. Yeah. Don't click that. Okay, I will not click that. Imagine spending your Sunday spreading anti-vax misinfo on a random stream. Amen. Yeah, like we're talking about Trump today. With your hair, you could do a mega mohawk. I could do a mega mohawk. I'm for sure never going to do that. It's so heavy. Old punk here. Feather the base and then brush it out for volume. What does feathering mean? What does that mean? Do it for the vine. Buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you could pull off a hell of a good Shigo cosplay, I just don't care. I just like being cool myself and not doing cosplays. Thank you, Davey. I appreciate that. So, yeah, it's still really early in the month, so maybe we won't get there, but sometime this week, if we hit the stream goal, I will do the wing reveal because Davey got me the wings off of my Amazon wish list. And so I have them now. And that's part of why I dressed all goth today, because I was like, okay, well, maybe that'll be a little bit of incentive. Like, it'll work together and I'll look cute. I'm not going to put on the wings before we do our important stuff, though. I'm going to put on the wings after we talk about the important stuff. Or I will not put them on at all today. Oh my god. I'm team tail, not team wings. I do have a tail. I'm just wearing a dress right now, so I don't have the ability to wear the tail. I forgot that the tail was part of the thing when I put it on my wish list. Must see tail. I'll show you the tail when I do the wing reveal. I'll do them both at the same time. So that might be later this week, but that's okay. Donald Trump and COVID propaganda are cousins, though, once removed. That's true, Charlotte. I do, that's my own mistake. It's so weird, though, that this is about trans people, and I have a bunch of fucking anti-vaxxers in here. Like the non-binary lips. Thank you, Nikki. Exactly. Exactly. Non-binary lips. Feathering is when you go the wrong way with the comb. Okay, I could try that. They're dragon wings. I have dragon wings because I'm a dragon. Oh, I also realized what the problem is with my horns. So people always are like, oh my god, your horns look like Maleficent. Like, this is how the horns are shaped to fit against my head. And because of where the string goes through. Okay, so I realized that the problem with this is that the angle is wrong and that they will read as dragon if I can manage to do this. That's it. That's it. That's all I have to do. That's all I have to do is just pull them back a little bit, and now it's dragon. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Now it's just dragon? Now it works, and it's not fucking Maleficent, and people aren't going to be like, oh, you're a demon. Because I think that also the dragon thing, I think that also putting them further back makes them look less like demon horns. That's the other thing that I don't like, is that people are like, demon horns. And I'm like, no. Dragons are aerodynamic. Exactly. Maleficent is a dragon? I don't think so. I disagree. I don't care. I've not seen the movie. Reminds me a bit of Poppy's horns from Trans Girl Therapist, but that's just my ADHD brain. I know that isn't Poppy like demon core, like demon type? And my horns are supposed to be dragon. Maleficent is a dragon in the original movie? Oh, really? She transforms into one? Oh, wait, yeah, I guess she does. But I don't... Okay, so I guess I shouldn't have drawn a distinction between Maleficent and dragon. That was incorrect. But I still want it to scan less like Maleficent. And I think that, honestly, I just do think that this is also more demonish. When they're up, it's just a little bit more like... And this is a little bit more like, I will set your house on fire. I can't fucking get them to be even right now. Jesus Christ. So more like that. You know? I think it would work. Okay, thank you for correcting me about Maleficent. I think Poppy has tiefling horns. I don't want to point them. Why would I point them forwards? Then I'm going to look like a fucking ram or something. Should I do them this way? I'm going to point them forwards. Like this. Like this. This is horrendous and I fucking don't like it. This is not how a dragon's horns would look. The up horns are more demonish. The backwards ones have very little demon in them and look more made for flying. Okay, thank you. Okay, I got, yeah. I was just... Butt horns. Are you talking about Maleficent, that she is a dragon, or she can turn into a dragon, but she herself is Fae? Interesting. Off time, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? God, my ADHD. I forgot I was playing Animal Crossing. Right, yeah, Maleficent's horns do angle back like that in the dragon form. Like, I'm remembering it now in the animated version. Can you see them pointing down? Pointing down? Like, which way should I do this? I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Like, pointing down? This is terrible. Why would you do this? Like, this is awful. I'm so upset right now. Ugh, that like actively physically upset me. Yeah, you're like critiquing my horns right now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was awful. Anyway, I was so upset that Dragon Maleficent had to lose. I was rooting for her. Is Maleficent on the list if we rank all the dragons in all the movies? I was thinking sticking to like live action type ones, but whatever. Dragon Dyshornia. Listen, Decoy Duck, actually though. I was like, no, I don't like that. What the fuck is Vades? Are the anti-vaxxers trying to say that you'll get AIDS from the vaccine now? As though repeated COVID infections don't give you, like a serious immune problem? Like, getting infected with COVID like 5 times will... If you get COVID infection like 5 times in a 2-year period, it kind of does to your immune system what having untreated HIV for 10 years would do. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Listen, I'm just not interested today. What's interesting about this is that they're subscribing... Like, these people are subscribing to the channel so that they can be anti-vaxxers in my chat. Like, it's real weird. I met someone with those horn implants in her forehead last week. Nice. Someone I follow on Twitter has, like, little nubs right up here. But that's not... Nah, like, that's not what I want. I like being able to wear my prosthetic. That's fine. I've got 4 of those vaccines. You'd think I'd be double dead by now. Yeah, right? I think I have 4 now. Or did I only get the first 2 and then the most recent booster? No, I've been boosted twice. So I got the first 2 and then I got a booster right before I went to a barbecue, like an outside barbecue that I go to every year. And then I got one right before Renaissance Festival, and that was the Omicron booster. What's up, Jimmy Nails? How we doing today? I love body mods, but subdermal implants have such a high rejection rate. Yeah, it's rough. I'm not really sure. No, Davey, they didn't, not paying, not sub. I fucking hate that Twitch and YouTube. Okay, listen, I'm going to bitch for a minute about Twitch and YouTube, okay? Because, like, YouTube has been around for longer, okay? And when YouTube says subscribe, it means click the follow button, basically. It means click the button that means put this in my subscription box, and maybe I want you to show this to me in my homepage when I'm navigating the homepage of YouTube, right? Subscribe means follow. And then fucking Twitch comes around, and a subscription on Twitch is a financial subscription. So because I'm a streamer, every time I'm talking about subs, I have to specify, like, the fucking difference, which is just so annoying. Yeah, first they used the COVID vaccines cause autism bullshit, and then when people didn't care, they're now resorting to claiming it causes AIDS. Every time you talk about subs. I started HRT March 2021 and got vaxxed in April 2021, so I say the vax transed me. True, you got the vax, and then you just immediately started force femming. I saw that, Anjali, that Keffels is going to be streaming on YouTube exclusively now. I saw that. Because, like, why would you... It doesn't really matter if you host it on Twitch. Like, Twitch is just... I think Twitch is more prone to abuse for smaller... Like, not smaller, but, like, for marginalized creators. Keffels is something that we will talk about later. Like, not... That was really objectifying way to say that. Keffels and others are in the... They've been Twitter's main character for a few days, so we're going to talk about that later, probably. We're still here to chill for a little while. Just say subscribe, and also subscribe if you want to. I guess, like, on YouTube, it helps to have a visual prompt. Like, subscribe and click that bell. You know what I mean? And hit the like button, you know? I saw that, Baphomet. Yes. Hate to see two queens fighting. Maya, Crime, you, and Keffels briefly shit-talked each other yesterday. Are you still doing tarot cards? I haven't really done it in stream in a while, but I still do it for myself daily. Boy howdy, the one that I read today was like, you know, target accurate. Gross. That was a little bit... Gross was not exactly the right word. I was like, that's a little bit silly. I hooked up with someone who got boosted the same day as me, and we were like, yes, give me that boost. And now it's forever dirty in my brain. Like, that was just unexpected. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Baphomet, that Keffels kind of made a misstep there. I might pass out later. I work overnights, but I wanted to say that I really enjoy the vibe that you've helped create here, Luxander. You've done a great job. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ideas in the Gourd. I am done with exercise, but now I gotta shower and do my full body shave. Oh my god, shaving is annoying. I don't even properly shave anymore. I just, like, use a buzzer and, like, buzz my legs and, like, other parts that I want to have shaved, but I don't, like, use a razor and smooth shave it anymore. I'm just like, okay, it's gonna suffice for me if you're only about, like, that long. All the hairs. Boost me, baby, one more time. I have runestones. Yeah, runestones are a little bit more abstract, but I am interested in making myself a set of runes and reading them. That would be fun. I missed the Keffels drama. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I mean, I guess we could talk about that first. Brianna, thank you so much for the $10 dono. Getting us started for today. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I know that everybody just paid rent. I just paid rent. Like, I totally get it. But it's appreciated for sure. And if we get to $100 today, then I will put on my wings. Yay. Oh, poor Brittany. She is thriving now. She is thriving. Okay? Wings. Oh yeah, Baphomet, you were not here for that part? Yeah, if we get to the stream dono today, I will put on the wings that I got in the mail. Yeah, I gotta not talk about the squirrel thing. I think that was a little bit too much for people. I saw that there was some 6-hour Twitter space debate, and I've seen clips, but want to see the whole thing at some point. If you become a member on Keffel's YouTube channel, you can see the entire VOD of her talking to those people in that Twitter space. And supposedly her editor is going to have an edited version up, but I don't know if she's going to post the whole thing or if she's going to only post like the parts where she was talking, because apparently she got interrupted a lot and didn't have a very good opportunity. She posted the Buck Angel part specifically. Okay. But yeah, you can't see the full VOD unless you're part of, like, a member on her channel. If you're on testosterone, it depends on your dose. Like, any of the effects that you have on testosterone are going to be affected by your dose. Like, how much are you taking? Generally speaking, if you are like in the target range for male testosterone levels, if you're at like fucking, I don't know, like your blood testosterone level is at like 600 and you're holding steady and you're like, cool, that's a normal amount of testosterone for a man, you will probably have your voice change. Your voice will start to change within like 4 months, I want to say. Like, it'll start to crack sometimes and like feel different, and it will not finish changing until a few years later, and it can continue to settle and stuff. Like, and you can do voice training. I would recommend singing country music. And then as far as bottom growth, when you start T, at first it seems like you have growth, but usually what that is that you just have like an increased amount of blood flow. So what I experienced was, like, at first I thought that it was bigger within the first month, and then I was like, oh no, actually, I was just horny all the time for the first month or so, and then it went down to normal again, and then it took like I started to notice the pain associated with T-dick growth within like 6 months probably, and then, well, someone asked in the chat, Baphomet. Yeah, we're talking about T-dicks, okay? And then, like, it takes about 2 years for that to stop growing and, like, settle and finish changing. Amazing that a debate with Andy Ngo and Deborah So wasn't productive. It wasn't supposed to be productive. Okay, well, we will talk about that first, but we're still going to wait, like, 15 minutes, okay? Give me 15 minutes, and then we'll talk about the fucking Keffels drama. And then we'll get into talking about Trump. And then we'll decide what we're doing after that. Ramya says, my dilemma as a gender fluid person is wanting my original high-pitched voice to stay, and also, wait, Gremlin, are you on injectable testosterone or are you on, gel? That's an important question. We will talk about Orange Man. We will just do it later. Oh yeah, your T levels are a little bit high. That's like at the highest acceptable range that my doctor will let like a hypermask trans guy do, but it should probably be closer to like 800 or 900 at the, like, toward the higher range. You're looking at issues with hemoglobin at that point. Like, you might literally need to... Yeah, okay, my dose is way lower now. Okay, that's good. Because if you have too much testosterone, you can end up with too much hemoglobin, like too high of a red blood cell count, and then you like medically need to go donate blood in order to not have that. Excuse me. I'm not complaining, I'm just lost. Yeah, okay, fair enough. What was that? Oh yeah, Ramya was saying, okay, you can do voice training, Ramya. I don't actually know how well this is gonna go, because I don't ever try to make my voice into a girl. I'm like here dressed all like a girl and stuff today, but I'm just still talking like in my deep voice like I normally do. So I don't know, like, what happens. So the main thing about having a girl voice is reducing the amount of space in your mouth that you're putting toward, like, the resonant quality, you know? Like, so one of the important things that you can do in order to change the way that your voice sounds is just to kind of squish the inside of your mouth. But then, like, I'm just not really accustomed to like actually raising my voice, but you can do that too. Like the way that trans girls do that. We call it head voice sometimes. Yeah, like you can do, I just don't know how it's going to sound if I try to do head voice right now because I don't voice train femme wise. Like, but you can. What would you need to do a whole stream and a ridiculous fake mustache? You know what's really funny about that, Mama Mephistopheles, is that I do have some ridiculous fake mustaches. I don't know what will you do in exchange? You can definitely keep high pitched femme voice even when you're on T. Yeah, no, you totally can. I'm just not practiced. Really, does Steph Sanyati have a video about voice training? Excuse me. Yeah, exactly, Baphomet. I don't need to voice train. I already sound like a faggot, which was the goal. As an AMAB person, I practiced by raising my tongue up and back and just trying to copy higher sounding resonant voices from there. There you go. I had a wide range voice before T, and it only seems like even more now after 6 years on T. Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about being on testosterone is, I mean, you know, like, even if you go through a cis male puberty, like my partner has a similar vocal range to me, because he was in choir while his voice was changing, you know? Yeah, my voice is way, way, way too dry to try to do femme voice today or like sing in falsetto. I can't do any of that shit today, and I can feel that for sure. It's so early in the day for me to be this dry. Anyway, I see that there's like 72 people here. That's awesome. I appreciate you hanging out. We're still in we're approaching the end of the first hour of stream. And in my stream, we always kind of like just chill and hang out for a bit here in the beginning. But I would like you to hit the like button because we are going to be ramping up into the actual conversation soon. And that is going to help the stream quite a bit. Every single time y'all hit like, it shows the stream to more people on the YouTube homepage, and then more people come in. Like every single time. Yeah, when you're sick and your voice gets super deep, that can be fun. Or like very early in the morning. When you're very early in the morning and your bass voice is all there, you're like, I don't even know why I'm awake this early in the morning. I'm sorry. Like, what's up, Gayfesh? Hello. We are approaching the end of our hangout hour, and the chat is rabidly refusing to give up talking about Keffels and anti-vaxxers today for some reason. Yeah, it's really tricky, Ramya, to distinguish between dysphoria and dysmorphia. Because dysmorphia is like you actually are not seeing yourself accurately, right? And dysphoria is when you are seeing yourself accurately and it just isn't matching what you feel that you should look like. But there's a difference, right? And that sounds like tricky. Yeah, trying to figure out the dissociative stuff is really rough too, no doubt. I was watching Keffel's debate at Detractor last night, and it was an absolute shit show for both of them. Yeah? I don't think Keffel's does conflict very well. Which is not like... I don't think most people do conflict very well, if we're being completely honest. As a person who's learning how to do conflict healthily, I don't think most people know how to do conflict in a healthy way. Or at least, like, maybe they know how, and they're just choosing not to... Yeah, I need to be more descriptive about things and not... I need to be more descriptive about the actual physical thing. A lot of people don't demonstrate an an accurate understanding of how to healthily work through conflict. I don't know what they actually know or what they believe or what they care about. Would a cis woman having, say, facial hair from something like PCOS be considered gender dysphoria? Well, yeah, so Kaylee, I do think that that's a type of gender dysphoria, and I think that people who draw a distinction between that and what trans women experience is just making like an arbitrary, like you're only allowed to call it gender dysphoria if it's opposite sex gender dysphoria. But like it is like, I don't know, it's just so fucking stupid that the idea that like, yeah, that a man who feels bad and inadequate as a man, listen, like if a man is born with a micropenis and he's dysphoric or like he's upset about the fact that he doesn't have a regular sized penis, is that not gender dysphoria? You know what I mean? It's fucking annoying. I have D-trans friends, so when Keffels made fun of them while also not making it easy for disability people to figure her out, I just unsubbed from her. I guess maybe I missed that, Sisukara. Like, maybe that's a longer time ago than I became familiar with Keffels. I didn't know that Keffels made fun of D-trans people in general. I know that it's tricky and difficult to because I think it would be fair to say that I have made fun of D-trans people a little bit. But I typically make fun of D-trans people who are being aggressive toward trans rights. So I'm not making fun of them just because they're D-trans. Although maybe am not careful enough to not make fun of them about being D-trans. I don't know. It's tricky to navigate that. And then, yeah, I don't know what about disability she's talked about. Keffels makes a lot of mistakes and isn't good at owning up to them, IMO. At the same time, she does a lot of good for the trans community. It's really weird when you're like a shit poster and then people all are like, you have a huge platform now and you're an activist now. And like I think that being a shit poster is like kind of a combative thing to be. So it sort of makes sense that she would turn out to just be more and more combative. But then also think of this, like our rights are under attack, and not only are our rights under attack, but like people are trying to excommunicate us within our own spaces online, and like that's some of the only spaces that we have, and that's like a threat to you in a lot of ways. So I'm becoming more combative, like for sure, and like that's not a good thing necessarily, but it just is true. And I'm trying to manage that to some extent. But at the same time, like sometimes people like, I just don't like, some people are not going to be receptive to anything that you say. So like, I don't know. At a certain point, it's like, well, fuck you, get out of my face then, you dipshit. Like, I don't know. Cis people have gender affirming surgeries all the time. Yeah, like if you get booby bigger, is that not a gender affirming surgery for cis women? The bigger you get, the more attacked, and combativeness is a natural side effect. Right. I want to get booby bigger. Booby bigger. Thankfully, I can just wear like a push-up bra, and that's like enough booby. That's enough booby bigger for me. It would be nice if they were still squishy and also bigger, though. That's the one thing. Kevels watched that convo between a D-trans person and Blair White. Casey needed to be, well, maybe not made fun of, but definitely needed to be called out. Casey is a fucking piece of work. Casey is a piece of shit person. Like, Casey is a garbage human. And they're still, like, young enough to turn that around, but they probably won't. Like, just to be totally clear. Why is there a dicks but no boobs? I don't know. I did not make them that way. Yeah, we're talking about Casey Miller. Yeah, the bald one. Yep. Casey Miller is not 35. Hello, Kelsey. Welcome in. Bigger boobies tend to hurt the back a lot, though. Well, like, if you have relatively small boobies and then you get bigger boobies, it's not like anybody's asking to upgrade to a size G. Well, some people are asking for that, but who's to say cis women couldn't get top surgery if they felt that is what fits them as a cis woman in the world? I mean, that does happen. Like, and it depends on what you mean by top surgery, because there are cis women who get reductions and even radical reductions that are like gender affirming, but there are also like cis women or like non-binary women who get top surgery to like remove their breasts. What is the biggest cup size increase one can get from implants? I'm not sure. There's like the cup size is just the difference in the number of inches between the cup size is like, okay, like this is one measurement that you would take, and then you would take another measurement here, like right across the nips and like the biggest part of the boobie, and then you whatever. So let's say that this is like 40 inches and this is like, 36 inches. Then the difference is 4 inches. And so 4 equals the letter D. So you would have D-sized breasts, Yeah, a cup 40A is really stressful. There's not much limit to the breast augmentation. You have to go in small increments to let your skin adjust, but you can just keep going. I've seen that there's a whole fetish community and they get redonkulous. Right, that same person who I talked about earlier who has the horn implants, like she is also, she had gigantic implants put in, but then she's also gaining a bunch of weight. And so she's just enormous now. Big titties. I have D's breasts. Yeah. What's crazy is that I look so small, right? But I have double D's. Like, and like I'm wearing a padded bra today, obviously. So, but like, it's so weird. I'm like, I feel like I am in the tiny titty committee, but I have double D boobs because of the distribution. Like, I have a distribution on my chest that's kind of more similar to what a trans woman has because I started hormonal birth control at too young of an age. My mother decided to just put me on fucking birth control instead of like trying to have conversations with her kid about like not doing stupid shit all the time. I was a bad kid who did stupid shit all the time, partially because nobody ever talked to me about it. Yeah, and you get implants in cc's. Like cc is a measurement. Yes, the Itty Bitty Titty Committee. Yes, the IBTC. It's like how ContraPoints has made mistakes before. Her cringe video was amazing, but she made a lot of mistakes in how she presented it. But she got harassed to high hell for it, in addition to being harassed for stuff that didn't actually genuinely matter before that point. And when the majority of your critics are just engaging in online harassment, it never feels like pushing back against all critique is unjustified, even if their critiques are valid. Your brain is just like, it just is incapable of processing individual legitimate complaints in the midst of like a whole bunch of, even if every single one of them was a legitimate complaint, you will experience it as harassment. And it is never just legitimate complaints. It is still people being like, ContraPoints is a piece of shit. She fucking sucks. Like, what a dumb bitch, you know? And like, so if even one person amongst the deluge of other legitimate criticisms, like that's gonna change the way that your brain reacts to it quite a bit. One thing that Keffels pointed out in her stream last night that was really on point was that these people are demanding accountability, but there is no such mechanism for accountability within a nebulous, quote, community. Yeah, so I guess we do need to actually get into talking about this. It's been almost an hour. I mean, it's been an hour since I clicked live, but of course we have the music at the beginning of stream. So we'll talk about the Keffels thing first. I don't want to just talk about Keffels, because it's been like a longish week. There's been several things going on with this. Like, so at first Keffels was on the radar because of this Twitter space thing. So we'll talk about the Twitter space, and I don't want to just look at criticism of Keffels on that. I also want to check out some criticism of Alejandra Carballo and Aaron Reed, because they are both people that we talk about on stream here a lot. I mean, we don't really talk about them, but they are sources of news for us on stream here while we're talking about all this shit politically. So yeah. So actually, if anybody has any links about any of that stuff, I would appreciate them, because I started to build this out earlier, but then I didn't get as much as I wanted for this. I have a link about I have one link about Alejandra, which I guess will be fine. And then I have a link about Aaron in the morning, which will probably suffice for that. Maybe we could react to Keffels' video where she posted the Buck Angel part. That could be fun. We could include that in part of this section. Like, build this segment out a little bit. I haven't seen any of the debate. Yeah, well, so this is 27 minutes long, so maybe that won't go in the actual segment, but maybe we can do that later. Like, maybe we will, later time, Marinia, maybe we'll do the reaction to the debate in a separate thing. And I will allude to the fact that it happened, and then we'll move past it. She joked about not liking her surgery and said she was detrans. Are we talking about Keffels again? Yes. I need to get more water before we get too serious here. Oh, hey, there's 69 likes. Ruin it, please. Someone has to have that fetish for ruining perfect things. Yeah, I've seen her shitposting about being, quote, detrans, and saying she's a cis woman now. She said she was detransing to a cis woman. Yeah. I do remember that. Isaiah, how long do these streams typically last? I usually go for at least 3 hours, but we're starting a little earlier in the day, so it could very well be that we go longer than that. Typically, the longest streams are like 5 hours. Okay. So I guess, yeah, that'll be... But... Oh, yeah, people were, like, calling Keffels, like, a fascist for being on this space. Hold on. She shitposts a lot. Like, she mourned her breakup with the quartering. Yeah. 73 likes. Oh, my God. People getting angry that Keffels is funny again. True, Rose. That's true. She's funny and she's hot. She has big tits and people are jealous, right? Yeah, we will get into this. It's so hard to find anything because people will screenshot instead of, I'm very jealous of her tits, not gonna lie. Listen, I don't even want tits that big and I'm jealous of her tits. I want to see 666 likes someday. We will get there someday, Ramya. I don't know. That's terrifying. Does even Demon Mama get to 666 likes, or is she still working her way up there? Because of course she can aim for that. Like that's got to be like one of her like channel goals, right? Getting to 666 likes on a regular old stream. I remember she did a video where you could tell she was naked. Maybe she was just wearing a dress that like was way down here. You know, there's like dresses that you have to continuously pull them up because your boobies want to pop out of them. Allegedly naked. Exactly. She was only allegedly naked. It's so hard to have this conversation about Keffals. Yeah, in bed videos. I just find it so hard. I'm just trying to decide whether I want to say this now or save it for the actual segment. Like, I find it so difficult to talk about Keffals because there's all these old accusations about her being racist and stuff, and it's like I don't really feel that any of that was well substantiated, so I just kind of have to, in the midst of talking to her, be like, yeah, and this doesn't really feel well substantiated. Someone here earlier said like something about how a lot of POC have accused her of being racist, so they unfollowed Keffals because of that, and I'm just like, I'm gonna make my own judgments about whether something was racist, especially if you want me to unsubscribe. If you're like, I want you to stop I want you to stop like supporting this person. I don't know. I need to get my shit together. It's really hard to criticize Keffals and feel like you're doing a good thing because the majority of people who do so explicitly just want to tear a prominent trans activist down and smear her. Yeah. I'm good, Ramya. I'm just a little bit frustrated, and I'm trying to like save some of my commentary for the actual, because I'm not like, I'm getting my links together right now. I'm trying to, by the way, does anybody have a link of the what Keffals said last night? I guess I could just go find Dizzy's Twitter because I think Dizzy was responding to this stuff. But like, the clip that was going around all day yesterday where people were like, Keffals just told everyone to go after genderqueer or like pretend to be people on the pit crew. There was a clip on Twitter of that, right? There was a Demon Mama stream where she went over the Trump speech, and that's where I first heard about that. I had to start paying attention to Demon Mama too, add my name to the likes and subs. I love Demon Mama. She's cool. She's a great, cool person. My beads. Beads! Oh my gosh. There's just so much random bullshit here. It's like hard to get your shit together here. Okay, let me see if Dizzy has this on their profile. Should we talk about wholesome stuff to help? I mean, you can talk about wholesome stuff in a minute, like for a minute here, but I'm gearing up to actually launch into this segment if I can manage it. Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. I don't know where that came from. People are talking about aphantasia on Twitter again today. Does anybody in chat have aphantasia? Like, if you try to picture a red apple in your mind, what level of detail are you able to conjure up in your mind? Or are you able to conjure up any image at all? Is it like fuzzy? Can you actually see the red color? Is it clear? Can you see it in crystal clarity with like the highlight off the waxy surface, you know? The clip was posted by Mixie. Yeah, Gayfesh, I'm trying to figure out where that clip is, because that's the clip that I'm talking about. I want to see. What is a mangosteen? You keep talking about them in the Discord, which I see. By the way, if you're not a member of the Discord and you want to get notifications when I start stream, that's the place to go. And also, like, hang out. I want to start doing movie nights in there. I'm just, like, really not organized. It looks like we have a range. 0, no mind's eye at all. It's a product of brain damage. Oh, so you used to be able to. Everything looks dark and fuzzy. I can see the details, but I wouldn't be able to paint them. Well, yeah, that's different. What's it mean if I can picture all the apples together? Too many apples. Movie night's time to parasocial this shit. I know, because I need to rank all of the dragons. We've talked about doing like we watch dragon-related movies so that I can decide whether the dragons are good or not. I picture a Granny Smith and really want an apple. Okay, I need to grab some water. So if you all haven't grabbed a water yet, I would appreciate you taking care of yourself and getting something to drink. And maybe a little sneaky snack. And I will be back momentarily. Okay, thank you. Ooh, baby, baby. I lost 5 people because I got up for 2 seconds to get a water. Gosh. Snicky snack makes me think of Jabberwocky. Yes, the Vorpal blade went Snicker snack. That's true. I hadn't really thought about it. I forgot the name of that thing where sounds turn into colors. It's called synesthesia. How to rank order your dragon. Exactly. Okay. So, the Vorpal bunny, that's true. Iced coffee for me. I did not do coffee today because I have... Sizukara, I'm gonna do the Buck Angel thing way later in the stream, I think. I think I'm gonna cover this more generally and then do the Trump thing, and then we'll do, like, the reaction part at the end for fun. Okay, what am I trying to find right now? I want to find the video of Keffels talking about tenderqueers. I'm on decaf. I'm on decaf completely, which is great. It's actually really cool because then I can, like, being on decaf, I can just wake up in the morning and be like, my tummy doesn't really feel good about acid right now, so I don't want to drink coffee. And then I can just not drink coffee and not end up with a headache. Yay. Coffee in general just sucks, not gonna lie. I like the taste of coffee, okay? I enjoy it. Okay, I found it. I found the clip. That's what I wanted. Clips, 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 clips. Okay, cool. I think I'm about ready. Yo, I'm getting a Hogwarts Legacy ad. Do I watch the whole thing to support Lux or skip it to fuck JK? Watch the whole thing to support Lux is the answer, I think. In fact, click the ad to support Lux. Yes, clicking that like button. Okay, so yeah, we are about to start talking about the Keffels thing in more serious detail, and if you have not yet hit the like button, I would love you to hit the like button really fast. They have to pay more if you watch the whole thing. Yeah, I get more of the money. I'm actually getting more of J.K. Rowling's money the more you click it and watch the whole ad. Which is perfect. I can't have coffee black. I need my milk and sugar with it. Right, agreed, for sure. there are conversations in every political movement about what are appropriate things to do activism wise. Like, should you be nice and kind to the people whose minds you're trying to change? Should you be combative? Should you even bother trying to change their minds? Like, there are a number of different approaches, and I personally tend to take the approach that a lot of different approaches are good. Like, you know, whatever my individual approach is, and like my individual approach will change from day to day. There are some times when I ridicule the ideas of my enemies and detractors, and there are other times when I take them seriously and I say, well, if you're going to legitimately make that argument, here is legitimately the counter argument. And it just sort of depends, right? So in this instance, there was some drama this week over on Twitter, really. There was a Twitter space being held where there were a bunch of, I mean, basically fascists. Like, the premise of the debate, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, the premise of the debate was like, it's a big trans debate. And there were some big name transphobes on this panel, from what I gathered. It was like Andy Ngo and Deborah So. Like, Deborah So, I believe I've even done a video reacting to Deborah So and like her debate / conversation with Vosh, which was crazy. Sebastian Gorka. I keep seeing the name Sebastian Gorka, and I just don't think I know who that is. But it's known fascist sympathizers. Oh, a Trump advisor. Oh, really? Wow. So a fascist who worked for Trump, a super fascist. Okay. So there were a lot of bad people on this Twitter space. And from what I understand, this Twitter space was going to happen regardless. They were going to do this conversation, and whether or not trans people were there, they were going to be shitting on trans people's existence. So then several trans people did join in on the Twitter space, and wanted to push back. Yeah, there were massive anti-trans activists, but also all the trans people all the trans people were GC or echoes their arguments. Okay, like, so this is what I mean. Like, there's so much contention about what happened during this debate, and people are really upset at the people who participated. And like, I was assuming that it was the people participating in the first place that was the main issue, because that's most of the criticism that I've seen at this point, was people just being like, you gave a platform to these fascists, and if you engage with their ideas, then you're legitimizing the idea that our existence is debatable. It's like, well, they were going to be doing this anyway. These fascists have way, way, way bigger platforms than someone like Keffels. And like, I just don't understand these criticisms. Yeah, if Gorka has over 1 million Twitter followers, then Keffels is not platforming him. I don't understand those criticisms. I don't think that we're lending credibility to a movement by pointing out how wrong and stupid and fucked up it is. There are going to be people interested in that Twitter space who are not fully convinced either way. And that's like ultimately, in my opinion, one of the reasons to continue participating in debate, you know. But later on in the stream, we will respond to the actual part of the actual debate that was there, because Buck Angel was there as well, from what I understand. You know, Buck Angel, was Ariel Scarcella there? That would have been so funny. I hate her so much though, so I probably wouldn't have been able to watch the whole debate. But there are some segments of this that have been recorded, although Twitter Spaces don't really record. So it's really only available if you have access to like Keffel's VOD, which is only available through her memberships on YouTube, which I'm not a member of. So it's so hard to talk about Keffels, you know, so I'm going to save her for last, I guess. And I wanted to look at some of these other links about some of the criticisms that have been levied toward a couple of the women who participated. And like, it's, of course, like, we're criticizing women in a particular, I think Twitter has an option to keep a record of the space. Okay. I don't know where to find that. I'd be interested in it though. So Aaron in the Morn, Aaron Reed, and Alejandra Carballo, who are both activists who we reference frequently on stream when we're talking about all the numerous different anti-trans laws that are popping up around everywhere, all over the United States, anti-trans laws. It's great. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. And they're receiving a lot of criticism as well. And some of this criticism is just because of their association with Keffels. And some of this is about, like, it's identity politics bullshit, for example. People are criticizing Alejandra Carballo, and I haven't seen a lot of details about the criticism about her. This is the only thing I've really seen, is that she's 1/8 black, which means I think that one of her great-grandparents is black, and she's Latina because her name is fucking Alejandra Carballo, very obvious. And she, I guess, is, she's just being criticized for this, and I don't really get it. But I would like to understand. That would be great. The criticism could be that the platform wanted to say it was balanced and hadn't happened earlier because they hadn't been able to get trans people, but I think their words and would have gone ahead anyways. I mean, yeah, they don't really need trans people there in order to shit talk us. They on the BBC all the time, they don't bring trans people on. The people setting it up didn't seem to know much about trans issues. Okay. Alejandra Carballo and Josie Caballero will one day combine to perform the ultimate Calla Berayero. Anyway. Yeah, if any of you have any comments, if you watched some of the space and you have any comments about it, I would be happy to hear them. But yeah, I just was really interested in this criticism toward Aaron Reed and Alejandra in particular. Like, I saw one person comment, you know, that Aaron in the Morn or whoever has been useful in figuring out, like, in like getting this information about legislation. And some people being like, well, not to black people. Like, I'm sorry, do black people not, are there no black trans people who should pay attention to this news and who might go to like one of the only sources of people who's compiling all the information for that information? I don't know. It's super weird. I don't really want to show this person's tweets on, like, I just don't want to, like, I don't want to be accused of directing any harassment toward black trans women. Or I don't know if this person is trans, but I think she's, yeah, no, this person's trans and a person of color. So I want to like read the tweets, I guess, from this person about Aaron Reed, but I'm not going to show them. So yeah, a lot of y'all follow Aaron in the Morn despite her running blockchains on black trans people to defend Keffels. A lot of y'all also follow Keffels, who is now telling her followers to pretend to be black butch lesbians. We will get to that in a minute. Like, there's really a lot of association guilt, like guilt by association. I don't even know how to address the accusations of Keffels being racist because like all the examples up until this point have been pretty weak. And I think just because a lot of people are accusing someone of being something doesn't mean that that's well substantiated. And like, yeah, there are black people who will say, you as a white person shouldn't be, like, why do you think you're allowed to judge what is or is not racist? Like, well, because some of the things that I saw people accusing her of being, some people were accusing her of these things and saying that the things that she was doing were racist. Like, and I just was like, I don't really understand how that can be racist. And I'm like, I do think that it's important to form your own opinions about things. I really want to, I do listen. I'm still not subscribed. I still follow a bunch of people on Twitter who like really go after these people and say that they're racist and stuff because I want to understand why they feel the way that they do. And I just am still not really getting it. I mostly see a lot of repetition. This person is racist. This person is racist. And I've already seen this happen to numerous people with regards to like, this person's transphobic. Like, Natalie Wynn is transphobic against non-binary people, like, repeatedly. And then after a certain point, people stop providing the evidence because it's weak-ass evidence. And then they just keep saying, this is racist, this is racist. And, like, I don't really agree. You know? So, I don't know. Like, you can criticize me for that, I guess, because I just don't. I heard it was something about pasta. She did say something about liking noodles or something in a edgy, funny way, I guess. Like I don't remember the details about that, but it's just people were like, she's anti-Asian racist now. It's fucking so stupid. So anyway, I don't think that you should criticize trans women for being willing to step up to the plate and defend themselves against transphobic arguments. Like I think that some people are willing to argue and some people think that other things are more important, right? Some people think that there's some legitimacy being like, there's a whole lot of don't do that. There's a whole lot of don't do that is the main problem that I have. I'm seeing a lot of don't do this, don't do that. If you do this, you're bad. But I really don't see any proactive, like, here's what you should do instead. There's just constant criticism, and I don't really see that being very productive. Like, here's something you need to understand. There's a difference between criticism and feedback. If you say, I don't really think this is helpful, that's one thing. But I saw one person saying, oh my God, I really wish that I could find this tweet. I don't know if I will be able to, so I'm not gonna spend the time right this second. But I saw a tweet that said, if you are a leftist debate person and you debate fascists, because of the fact that that's your job, and it doesn't matter how much animosity there is between you, but like because of the fact that this is your job and you're talking to this person like on an equal playing field, you're basically getting yourself into the mindset of thinking about the fascist as a colleague. And then you are, I guess, a fascist by association, because even if you were ripping on and making fun of and disparaging the fascist, like, oh, it's such a weird fucking psychoanalytical thing to say. I really truly do feel like that's super weird to be like, I know what's going on in your mind, and I can tell that you think that this fascist is your colleague, and not that you think this fascist is a piece of meat for you to chew on and make fun of to your audience, like, which is probably more along the lines of what Keffels and Vosh think. Like those type of characters who, those crazy characters who do this kind of debate. Like, if I were to bring someone on my show who I knew that I was going to be ripping on and making fun of, I definitely don't see them as a colleague. That's a joke. Like, that person is a joke to me. That person is not deserving and worthy of respect. And part of the reason why I'm having them on my show is so that I can demonstrate to them and everyone else that they are garbage and not worthy of respect. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, I would say don't get on Twitter. Like, if I'm going to make a recommendation on that. Hold on. I have my own issues with the debate space, but that is just so far out of left field. Right, like, that's crazy to me. I don't really know how you can make that accusation that, like, you know, it's basically saying you're tipping the scales toward being friends and associated with fascists. Like, what do you want us to do instead? Do you want us to show up at their houses with various implements, or like what the fuck do you expect us to do? Would you like to suggest some kind of alternative? Like, let the fascists continue to build their platforms by talking to each other without any pushback, and like let the people in their audience never ever ever be exposed to an alternate viewpoint, because you know they're not going to go searching for them. Like, how can you demonstrate that they're, I mean, yeah, because the fascist doesn't care about the argument, but the people in the audience can be convinced by the kind of arguments like that fascists are making. Fascists appeal to home and safety and community. Like, fascists want people to feel safer with the fascist government. Like, so that's what they do. And so if you poke holes and you show, like, well, this safety that you've constructed is like built on the idea and like built on a lot of other types of death and stuff. So She Who Knows No Name was at the Twitter space and says, I feel like the long-term effect might be good. It was utterly unwatchable if you have an allergy to transphobia, but all the transphobic points I saw were regurgitation of old hat points. It came off as screed. Whereas the trans people's testimony was often very heartfelt and made you think. Stuff that will be new to people. One trans woman saying, we just want to live and piss, and another comparing dealing with the trans mental health problems by stopping being trans to fighter planes in World War II that came home with bullet holes, so they reinforced those areas rather than reinforcing the places where there weren't any bullet holes, because that's where they were actually vulnerable. Yeah, the survivorship bias. It came off as insightful at the time, and if I had been on the fence with transphobic viewpoints, I might have come away from that thinking, these Teaslers might have a point. Yeah. I don't even know, when you all say gender critical trans people, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't understand what you're saying. No, yeah, I know that they don't want everyone to have a safe home and community, Anthony. I'm saying that, like, they appeal to the idea that, like, oh, these immigrants will steal your children or whatever. Like, you know, they'll make some shit up and then they'll say, but if you just let us take care of it, then you'll be safe. Then you and your 2.5 white children will be safe. You know? Oh, okay, Blair White and Buck Angel are as gender critical trans people. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I had never really thought about that before. Yeah, I guess they do subscribe to some of the same viewpoints. Buck Angel for sure. I just wasn't sure what you meant. I do think that there are legitimate criticisms to be had about the way that Keffels addresses these, like, pushback situations, right? Like, I don't think that it was wrong of her to go on the panel. I don't think it was wrong of her to use the panel as an opportunity to make fun of people. And I'm willing to say that, like, that's fine. She's in the news on the Twitters. She's main character on Twitter for multiple reasons this week. And the other reason is that so here's the thing. As a creator, you should never, ever, ever tell your audience to do something that isn't, like, positive. Like, if you want to say, hey, we're going to react to this video, and before we do that, I want all of you to go to the video and click like and leave a nice comment to help the algorithm of the person whose video we're going to be responding to. At no point should you tell your audience, like, hey, this person won't come debate me, so maybe if you all go ask nicely, then they will agree to come debate me. Don't ever do that. So Keffels has fucked up a little bit, in my opinion, on this one. So let me get my headphones here. My desk is a little bit messy. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. Okay. So, yeah, this is... Shush. Silence. That's brigading. I've criticized Vosh for that shit before. Yeah, like, even if you mean it jokingly, just don't ever tell your audience as, like, a creator to go bother people, because you're just initiating a wave of harassment by doing that. Don't. Capital D, don't do it. Okay, let me make sure my volumes are all good here. That's usually a struggle.
I'm encouraging my followers...
That's so fucking loud. I'm sorry.
...to make pit crew accounts and enter... and...
Okay, shush. All right.
Oh, this is gonna be great. You just got here? Are we spreading misinfo? Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on Tender Queers by encouraging my... I'm encouraging my followers to make pit crew accounts and enter and infiltrate genderqueer Twitter.
I honestly, the first time I saw this, I thought that she was joking. Like, did I... Hold on a second. Yeah, when I very first thought... I thought that she was being sarcastic and that she was like, because I wouldn't actually ask my audience to go do something stupid and fucked up like that. But she's just doing it.
Because once they catch wind of the plan that we're using pit crews to infiltrate genderqueer Twitter, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pit crews and they will eat each other alive. Does it matter which pit crew? No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian with like, I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, that part was especially not great. Some people are not sure what a genderqueer is. Genderqueer, it's a term that can be like misused, but typically what it's referring to is like a type of trans or queer person who weaponizes their position as queer in order to be like, you can't criticize me, or like they use their identity as queer to be like, you have to listen to me and I can be abusive toward you, and because you're a bigger creator than me, then I can be as abusive to you as I want. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap with the term woke scold. Yeah, if that helps contextualize it all for you. Like SJW, woke scold, genderqueer, except genderqueer kind of refers to, like, you know how a woke scold will go after Ben Shapiro and be like, yeah, Ben Shapiro, I don't know, whatever. Like that's what woke scold, you know, kind of refers to. But like a genderqueer will do that same thing, but primarily to other queer people. So it's like intra-community. Like if trans people are mad at a popular trans creator for doing something and they're trying to, you know, basically criticize them into doing what they want them to do. But so I really don't like that Keffels basically just told her audience to do digital blackface. You know, blackface, that very not endearing thing that people do where they like literally paint themselves to look like a black person. It used to be done quite frequently to make fun of black people, minstrel shows, etc. So digital blackface is basically the same thing online. It's like if you frequently use a lot of GIFs of black people as your reaction GIFs, sometimes people consider that to be like you're using the image of black people for your entertainment. So yeah. Thank you, Christy. Oh my God, looking very gender today. So gender. And so I don't think that's okay. And I am hearing that she walked this part back after realizing that that was digital blackface. But so that's not great. I've also heard some criticisms about her using the R slur, and maybe that even one of the other trans women in this Twitter space had used the R slur during the Twitter space, which, you know, like, I just... Even with how this does not look good from Keffels, this specifically this digital blackface thing. Yeah, so the other thing was like she was encouraging her users on her website to or her viewers or whatever, however you want to put it. She was basically saying you should go be as ridiculous as possible with these accounts in order to make it seem like these types of people are less and less and less serious. And so people were criticizing that because it's like, yeah, she is contributing to this thing that happens where people of color aren't taken seriously. They're accused of being... Like, sometimes people of color are accused of just being white, pretending to be people of color. So this could potentially make that problem worse. Like, but even with the fact that that is a very sketchy thing to have asked your viewers to do, like, in the first place, you shouldn't be asking your viewers to do stupid shit like this. Even though it is bad, even though I understand the reasons why using the word retarded is bad, I also kind of am shocked that people are giving this their time. And like, to the extent that I feel the need to give this my time and talk about this, why did we not just have a really horrific lynching of a black man, and it was like all caught on tape, and these black people are accusing Keffals of being racist on the internet? Like, I get that you can care about two things at once, but this seems like really, really, really insane behavior. And I find it frustrating as well, like, as a trans person who is the number one political enemy of the Republican Party at the moment, if I was accusing someone of being transphobic because they blocked a lot of trans people on Twitter, I feel like I would feel like a very silly human being. And I don't get it. I don't get bitching about digital blackface if you're like, I can't imagine caring about this shit if I was black. Like, I just can't fucking imagine. If I was like, I'm scared to leave my house because I'm black. I am scared to leave my house sometimes because I'm trans. I'm not saying it's at all the same. But if I was like, if it was so visible, like, you cannot hide what you are, I'm scared to leave my house because I might get hate crimed today, I cannot fucking imagine caring about this stupid shit. And it also bothers me about the ableism stuff as well. Like, you know, people being upset about the R slur. And I'm like, I see tons of people bitching about the R slur, but you know what I really don't usually see is people trying to make any concrete changes to the 80% unemployment rate that autistic people enjoy. Like, we don't really talk about that or raise awareness very much. I remember having to look that up specifically at some point, and I just don't really see any conversation about that. And like, to be fair, that's partially because all of these conversations are influenced by algorithms, and it is going to be the stuff that is causing the most contention. Yep, I'm part of that 80%. Right, like, I struggle to try to explain, you know, like, I take time off my stream probably more often than I reasonably should, because I feel like garbage a lot of the time because I have like so many issues. There's a reason why I'm self-employed. It's because if I choose to prioritize my job over my health too many times, I will not be able to do any work. And so that is like, yeah, can we talk about it more? How being autistic or having ADHD or being trans, like, all these things are keeping us from getting jobs. We have lower incomes on average. Like, ADHD people have approximately 17% lower income than anybody who doesn't have ADHD. I see more stuff about finding love as an autistic than finding employment. True. TBH, as an autistic person, I've noticed our concerns don't get taken seriously a whole lot. Crazy how that works. I turned 30 this year and I've never had a full-time job. I have pushed myself harder and harder to try to make it fucking work in an actual job, and I just can't. So now I work from home for myself, and I don't make a whole lot of money. Am I wrong in thinking Keffals is neurodivergent? Yeah, she has said so. I don't know what her diagnosis is specifically, and she's not obligated to share that, but she has said that she's neurodivergent. Same. I'm on disability. I have EDS too. Pretty sure she has ADHD, but is autistic. She has said she's probably autistic. She seems really autistic to me. I don't know if she's diagnosed, but she seems really autistic to me. And I just have a lot of, I have a, you know, radar for it. I have a tardar. That's a really offensive thing that I just said. But so anyway, like, I really think that people should be more critical of themselves in terms of their own judgment of whether it's worth attacking someone for something. A retard, true. Why are you declaring that certain trans women are just like trash and they're racist, and if you follow them, then you're also a racist. And now they're calling her a fascist sympathizer. And then Aaron Reed and Alejandra Carballo are being also caught up in those same types of accusations, and like, you should never listen to them. Meanwhile, like, this is one of the tabs that I have open all the time right this moment is Aaron Reed's LGBTQ plus legislative tracker. Like, this is invaluable information, and this woman is just doing this for free, basically. Like, I actually think that she's taking donations through like Substack or whatever, but this is just work that she's decided to do because it needs to be done. And you're basically saying, well, she doesn't have any credibility now, which is ridiculous. And I don't know, like, I just don't know what to do with it. There's so much infighting in the queer community, and I wish that we could just set that shit aside and work toward other things. Like, here's something, you know, you can just shut the fuck up about stuff. You know, have you ever all seen that, that black woman who does the hair sculptures? Oh my God, what is her name? Because it was this same person, I believe. Right, so this... What fucking website is this? This woman, Letitia, I think, she has been doing these kind of like hair sculptures for a long time. And this is a hair sculpture of J.K. Rowling, and apparently all of her social media accounts have turned into anti-trans, like, these are definitely TERF talking points. So, yeah. J.K. Rowling, like so many women these days, is accused of transphobia for a simple reason. She argues that women deserve protection on the basis of sex. She believes that we need spaces dedicated to women only. She thinks that the system of self-identification can be dangerous for biological women. Like, yeah, I thought she was cool too. But here's the thing. You know what I can do is I can see that and not be like attacking this random black woman for being transphobic. Like, if you really, like, I just don't, like, why would I waste my time? I don't know. Like, maybe I'm just appealing to nobody here because why would I waste my time putting some random black woman on blast? It sucks too because I care about black issues and I want them to be able to live fully and freely. And it sucks when people are just like, I will not be allies with you. Like, that's a shitty feeling to have, but also like we can just be in different spaces. I don't need to really like try to force anyone to be in community or to not be in community with this. If there were some black person who really still admired this woman who I think it's Letitia. It's just, this is her her Instagram name is what I'm going off of here. I don't think that I would condemn those black people for that if we were trying to work together on issues that affect both of our communities. But I don't know. Yeah, we're fighting individuals versus fighting for systemic change. Like, what is the point of this? I try not to waste my energy on people who aren't going to listen anyway. I have a really bad habit of continuing to try to explain myself to people who are committed to misunderstanding me. And that's just a personal issue that I have. I'm really, really, really bad about this. I can deal with individually bigoted if we have systemic fairness. I think it's harder to be individually bigoted when you have systemic fairness. Like, because if you do actually have systemic fairness, it's harder to grow up bigoted. Because the types of things that make you individually bigoted are things like ignorance. So if, for example, we currently don't have systemic fairness in education about trans and queer issues. And if we did have systemic fairness in the sense that it was normal to be trans and to be queer from a young age, thank you, Kumba, then it would be a lot harder to be bigoted toward trans and queer people because you are already accustomed to the idea that they're normal. And then being bigoted becomes abnormal. And then there's a social pressure against bigotry, which, yeah, I think is like a worthy thing to try to aim for. I don't disagree with you, Jack River. It's some form of digital self-harm to purposely look for and respond to hatred. It's a difficult habit to get rid of. I've definitely noticed, I'm seeking conflict right now. I'm going into my Twitter replies and I'm going and searching for the people who disagree with me and are upset with me. And I am going back and back and back to that because I'm getting something. Like I'm getting some kind of chemical reaction to that. And so it's hard to break and focus on things that are healthy and things that I want to do. I've also just been really upset this week, by the way. Like, I canceled stream on Thursday because I was really upset this week, and that's just a whole other fucking issue. That, like, your underlying issues that you're dealing with away from politics you're also going to bring those issues with you. If you have a difficult time with your job, or if you're having a fight with your partner, you're going to bring that with you into the politics. And sometimes I think it can be healthy, like, oh, I need to just let off some steam. I'm gonna go tell a transphobe that they're fucking retarded really quick, and that'll offset some of how bad I feel about my boss being a dick or whatever. But it's not like a solution. And it's not healthy. Bigots are cowards and opportunists too, and they will hide their thoughts and not act bigoted openly if society frowns on it. If bigotry is systemic, they go hog wild, I have found. It brings you satisfaction, but it will not bring peace. It's true. It's about the peace inside you. And I'm fucking really bad at cultivating that, by the way. Like, I woke up this morning at 7:30, and then I kind of fell back asleep, and then I had to get out of bed much earlier than I normally would because I could not stop thinking about some shit that I was dealing with earlier this week. I just get anxious, and it's that thing, I think, where I'm like unable to accept that someone is unwilling to understand me, you know? And that's just something that I'm going to have to work through. I'm just going to have to accept people being wrong about me. Anyway. I keep screenshots of hateful stuff and I shouldn't. I've been getting a lot better with blocking people in the comments section of my videos rather than responding to them. Because that's another place where I just feel that I'm allowed to be mean in my comments section. Because you came to my comments section and you're going to be a dick to me. Like, I'm going to be a dick to you. Like, oh my God, my turn. But I'm trying not to do that as much. Because I think it's just unhealthy for me inside. I have a friend who I can vent to, and I'm also falling for a man who understands all of these things we talk about here, so I try to put my energy there. Yeah, I am... Whenever I have a surge in PTSD symptoms, I like pull back from talking to people. One of my like my friend who I've been regularly talking to for a few months now is like dealing with a lot of shit in her personal life right now, so we're not talking as much lately. And I knew before that I needed to have more than one person that I was talking to regularly like that in case this happened, but I did not set up that support system. I'm like just constantly because I'm deeply avoidant when I'm triggered, and it's, you know, right this moment, I guess, like everything is genuinely dangerous, so it's kind of easy to have your PTSD symptoms be flared up, like COVID and mass shootings and everything else. Like, it's not a good time. Thank you, Corpse Candy. I also love my look today. Just want my hair to be a little bit more like voluminous without being like too many flyaway hairs, you know? There we go. How exactly do you deal with symptoms of paranoia when it's validated? Right. Like, it's going to take me a lot of work to get to a point where I feel like I can trust people. Like, I was thinking about this, you know, like, you know, my partner and I are separated. We're living apart right now. We're trying to make our marriage work. If it doesn't, like, I don't, like, just speaking of paranoia, like, I don't know how I'm going to date again with COVID and everything. Like, I trust that my partner currently takes COVID relatively seriously, still wears masks when going to the store and things like that. I think that it's primarily surgical masks, but it's like better than nothing, right? And so, like, if I was trying to date again, I have to be like, it's like trans aware and inclusive people who are okay with how gender weird I am and like are okay with me being disabled and mentally ill, and who also are COVID aware. Like, I'm fucked. Like, I think that I'm just doomed to have like the entire rest of my life be like pretty much alone, perhaps with the exception of like, I don't know. I've considered like, what if I were to live with my siblings when they're older so that we could all work together and support each other? But, you know, then I have to like trust them to be as responsible about COVID and stuff. Like, oh my God. Yeah, it sucks. I actually am feeling super unhopeful this week about like everything, like everything, life, the universe, and everything. I'm like, I kind of feel like nothing is going to work out, and we're all going to not have a good time for the rest of forever and then end badly. That's kind of how I feel right now. Like, I want to live a good life. I just don't think that I'm going to. Like, it kind of feels like the only way for me to live even a contented and tolerable life is going to be to just be alone forever. Like, I don't know. I struggle so much with friends and relationships and family, like with all of it. So it just kind of feels like it's all going to be bad forever. Right, one cough on the date and Lux runs away. Sometimes people like cough in the grocery store and I'm like, I cannot get out of here fast enough. This is really sad. I need to go grocery shopping this week, and I've been holding it off because I also need to get gas. So I have, oh my God, I have my Snap card that I can use for the food. Stop with the fucking hiccups. I have my Snap card so that I can get the food, but I needed to like wait to have enough money in my bank account to get the gas. So I haven't gone anywhere this week, and I'm actually like excited to go to the grocery store. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm like excited to go to the grocery store because I haven't left my house in that long. Yeah, being hyper specific about yourself as dating online. I laid out everything to do with me, asked about values and everything. It's cool that you're dating someone that you like. That's cool. I feel that. I'm always paranoid that the second I meet someone, an invisible timer is counting down until they just get fed up and done with me because there's something wrong with me that I can't see and no one will tell me. It's completely irrational, but it's tough to fight when relationships always seem to go from happy to over in seconds. I was watching something or maybe reading something recently that was talking about the type of person who love bombs at the beginning of their relationship, like there is a distinct possibility that that person who love bombed you, like the day that they woke up and stopped love bombing you, they might actually have just fallen out of love with you. Like, because they might have been actually seeing you in an unrealistic way at first, and then that's why they were love bombing you. And then just there's like a sudden moment where they don't feel that way about you anymore. And then they can view you as being like a liar or like misrepresenting yourself because you actually fell short of this like amazing thing that they thought that you were. So like the types of people, like the types of relationships that start really strong, like, and this is a thing with borderline personality disorder, is that we tend to have really, really intense, strong feelings at the beginning of the relationship, and then it can all just like turn off. I mean, with BPD, it tends to like come in and out. You kind of switch between idealization and devaluation. One of the reasons I ended my last relationship was because he was anti-vax or some shit. Oh my God. I'm romantically lesbian, but asexual pretty much. Finding someone who is willing to stay with someone who doesn't want sex, but wants a relationship is hard. Right. You know, I think that there is pressure as an asexual person to be like, okay, well, I guess I'm not allowed to be monogamous. Because, like, obviously, if you were polyamorous, then your partner could get that sexual need fulfilled elsewhere. I actually don't know that that's really workable either. Because, you know, we've run into this problem in my relationship where, like, I just have a higher sex drive than my partner does. Or, like, it's just completely off for him on most days. Like, there's just, like, you can't even activate it. It's just off. And I don't really feel like I would be getting what I need if we were to open our relationship and I was going to like have sex with someone else, because I'm not getting what I need from, I'm like, the relationship is missing something if I'm not getting a certain type of intimacy out of it. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's going to fix the missing aspect of this relationship to like get that aspect somewhere else. It's still going to be something missing over here. BPD typically have 7.5-year relationships. That's shocking. I would have assumed that it would be way shorter than that. Where are you getting that statistic from? Do you think there's a connection between ADHD, BPD, and ASD? So I have seen some people speculate that borderline personality disorder is just a I've heard some people say that it's kind of an inappropriate pathologization. It inappropriately pathologizes autistic people's responses to trauma, specifically. So basically, I've heard people say BPD is a stigmatizing, essentially fake diagnosis that just overly medicalizes the trauma response that autistic people have. But I personally found that I was not upset about being diagnosed with BPD. And I also felt that the treatment for BPD was highly effective for me. So I am not like upset about having that diagnosis because it got me effective treatment. I'm ace, but I'm not sex repulsed. That's difficult for a lot of people to understand. I mean, it's like if someone with a penis who you typically, if you have a penis and you typically use it to penetrate, like, I think being asexual is a lot, like being ace but not sex repulsed is like a weirder place to navigate, because it's like if your like brain is just like, no, I'm not into this, then not having the physiological response. Like, I think it's probably easier to be ace and still in a sexual relationship if you are a partner who can just put some lube on and then be fine. My wife has BPD. It was one hell of a high and one hell of a crash over the course of 10 years. Right, yeah. And it sucks when a relationship starts out with that intense idealization phase and then, like, it mostly doesn't come back to that. So if you're in a relationship that starts that way, sometimes you'll end up you'll have like 6 months where it's incredible, and then like 6 years where you're like, I fucking hate this, before you finally just lose your patience because you've had like 5.5 years of a completely different person than the one that you originally fell in love with. Which is, yeah, that's like one of the reasons why people find it so difficult to be in relationships with people with BPD. And I guess NPD. Luxy just gotta meet a good dragon and settle down and have 2.5 newts. That's true. That's a big fallacy in the poly community. The important focus is that each relationship should be a full, satisfying relationship to everyone in it. Some folks try to have little pieces of relationships to form one perfect relationship, but that doesn't last. Yeah, I mean, that's not, you can't. Like, I'm still going to be feeling like I'm missing something. Finding a top who's willing to top is also hard. Oh no. I'm pretty sure my ex had BPD. He thinks so as well. He struggled with a lot. I hope that he's getting help with it now. In a relationship, I need someone to tell me everything is okay so I don't get abandonment triggers. Yeah, I have massive abandonment issues. Like, it fucking sucks. Yeah, and the worst thing is when people try to use polyamory to try and plug the holes in their relationship. Unicorn hunters are terrible about this. Oh, it's 18 months? The average length of relationship for a person with BPD is 18 months. It's really hard to learn about borderline and narcissistic personality disorder because they both are, if you read about them at all, one of the primary things that you hear about them is, oh my God, they're impossible to be in a relationship with and you need to get the fuck away from them. Although in the case of narcissistic personality disorder, like, the more I read about it, the more I'm like, actually, I'm really not sure how you're supposed to deal with it. So yeah, I'm really grateful as someone with BPD that at least, like, if I'm doing idealization and devaluation, I can be aware of it and know that I'm doing it and, like, intervene to make it stop. What's a unicorn hunter? A unicorn hunter is it's typically a heterosexual couple that have decided that they want... So typically this is how it goes. It's a man and a woman who are in an open relationship and they want to add a third, and they want to find a bisexual woman who wants to have sex with both of them and who is... It's usually all a bunch of other fucked up shit. Like, we want her to live with us and we want her to have no other relationships and we want her to clean up the house and take care of our kid, and like... It's like commodification of single bisexual women within the polyamorous community. Yeah. NPD is what Trump has. I dated an NPD. It broke me. Recovery takes years. I've heard people talk about Trump potentially having NPD. Wasn't there some book written by like his niece or something where she talked about him having a bunch of narcissistic traits? My sister-in-law was talking to me about this at one point. I've seen some of the doom and gloom counselors on YouTube discussing relationships with BPD. I've known people with BPD who definitely did not react like they described in the videos. I hate how heavily stigmatized NPD is. It is incredibly heavily stigmatized. I think that we've talked about this before, and some of you recommended Mental Hellness, which is a YouTube channel from a man talking about how he is a self-aware narcissist. Even the videos from him, a self-aware narcissist, are all about like how to get out of a relationship with a narcissist, like how to deal with the fact that the narcissist reacts in this way or does this or whatever. it's like even the self-proclaimed narcissists are not giving advice on how how you as a narcissist can address these things. Yeah, Lee Hammock, I believe, is his name. Even so, yeah. Not only is narcissism heavily stigmatized by other people, but even when you try to go to the source of the people who should know the best about it, they're like, yeah, no, it's like, get away from this person. And like, what the fuck are you talking about? The only time I joined a throuple as a bi woman was when they were both NBs that I accidentally met separately. Lesbian Bumble full of ugly boyfriends is the worst. Yeah. Therapy for NPD. Wait. Eric says, I have BPD and my boyfriend has NPD and we relate so much. Both are super stigmatized, but I actually think our similarities, yet different emotional baseline, is part of why it's better with him than neurotypical partners. Therapy for NPD is most effectively treated when caught young, but can be very responsive to treatment if there is access to it. People with NPD are more likely to be abused statistically than to abuse. Right. I think that's similar. It's called mental healthness. Let me find a link for you. I just sometimes I get on these kicks and I just find this kind of fascinating. Here, I'll link it to you. Linky loo. There it is. I just noticed that you almost always wear lipstick on the upper lip. Could you be any genderer? No, I can't be any genderer. I mean, I probably can. I mean, yes, actually I can. What kind of therapy do people with NPD do? Because this is a question that I've had for a while. So like, Eric, if your partner has NPD, I'm assuming that your partner is in therapy. NPD often a result of abuse. I think that NPD can develop as a result of narcissistic abuse or like certain types of neglect or something. Like I think a narcissistic parent is likely to have narcissistic children. But like, what do you do therapy-wise for NPD? Everything that I have read about it makes it sound like it's just completely impossible to deal with. And like, the way that people talk about NPD, it's like fucking terminal. Which is so, I'm just like, there's no way that it's this flat. There's no way that it's this straightforward. That seems absolutely incomprehensible to me. Just checking my phone, seeing what's going on the phone. He's in talk therapy, DBT, and occupational therapy. Okay, so DBT can help. Because I know DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy, was formulated specifically to address borderline personality disorder, but people with NPD can have it as well? NPD develops when parents are very conditional in their affection, and kids literally don't believe their parents will love them unless they are successful in everything they do. Yeah. From what I've heard, therapists often refuse to help people with NPD, thinking that they can't be helped, which isn't great. Right, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. Like, I won't help you, and therefore we will never figure out a way to help you. If we had universal healthcare, including mental health care, these things would probably be better. Probably. Anyway, yeah, I've been on one of those kicks again where I just periodically dive in and like read about this. I heard DBT and my first thought was dock and ball torture. I don't think that's how that works. Or were you trying to say dick and ball? Dick and ball torture? I'm not sure what kind of therapy he was in when he was younger. He tends to ride more off morals. It takes a lot of work, but has reduced his suffering greatly. Yeah, and I mean, no matter what the issue is, whether you have narcissistic traits or whether you're borderline or whether you are bipolar or whatever, like if you don't go to therapy for yourself because you want to get better, like it's not gonna work super good. Not gonna work super good. There's also a difference between someone who when we say narcissist, there's a difference between the colloquial, and I really think that we should give up the colloquial term, and in favor of something that's not a medical term, like self-centered or like selfish. So if you have a family member who, like, when they buy you something, they say like, am I great or what? Or something like that. That, that's like really self-centered and, whatever. But that, like, having narcissistic personality disorder is fundamentally about, it's like you need control over other people. You like lash out at other people when they don't do what you want, or like when you are not being praised enough, like you react very strongly to being wronged. And you also experience a lot of shame, and then like that's what makes NPD so hard to treat, is because you're so shamed that you can't face you're like doing hurtful, shitty things to people, but you can't face your shame, so you just keep doing shitty things, and it's a very vicious cycle that's like, I imagine it would be really hard to get out of. Vinny, sorry, thank you so much with the $6.33. I got my taxes sorted out. Take some money. Thank you. I am going to get my taxes sorted out soon, hopefully, and we'll see how tax season goes here in a month or so when I submit all that shit. Having a dick and balls is torture enough. Oh my god, excuse me. No, Speedy Shimeji, what I was saying is that is like, we shouldn't call that narcissistic. If you just say, hey, I'm great or what, that's like maybe self-centered, and like it's weird that you need praise, but it's not necessarily a narcissism, and I think that we should be more selective. And it's really irritating to me. Like, part of the reason why I'm interested in learning about narcissism is because people keep accusing trans people. Like, you're trying to get everybody to serve your narcissistic delusion. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, so that's part of why I've been reading about it. Yeah. I doubt that we're going to do it today, but if we were to get to the stream goal today, I'm going to wear wings. I'm going to put on some wings. But it's going to reset at the end of the stream, and we'll have to start over later. What's up, Max Wolf? Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that, Max Wessel, as well. I'm cute. I'm having a good time. Yeah, people say it's a narcissistic delusion. They used to say the same thing about homosexuality in general. I've heard bigots say that you are, quote, that you're being, quote, selfish as a gay person. Oh, no. Is that closet cases? When closet cases are like, oh, no, I didn't give in to my sinful desires, so why should you be able to do that? Truly, I think that jealousy is at the heart of a lot of things. Like, I think that people cut down other people because they're jealous. Like, when people criticize me for not having a real job, like when they say like, oh, you're begging for money on the internet, I honestly think that there's something in there is jealousy that I'm not working a regular job. And I'm like, it's not like a privilege, though, that I'm working from home. It's not like, it's the thing I had to do in order to be able to have any job, was I had to start working for myself. So, I mean, yeah, it's nice in some ways. Like, cool, I get to set my own schedule. I don't literally have to wake up at a specific time. I'm not required to be somewhere. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not like required to be, like, I can take the day off if I need to, and it's, I'll probably make less money, but it's not gonna like make me lose my job. And if I call out too many times, I won't lose my job. Like, I do wonder sometimes, are people just jealous of the fact that, or like what they think that my time looks like? Because this is like not uncommon either, that folks who are on disability, people are like, oh wow, it must be so nice to be able to stay at home all day. And it's like, not really. Like, I can't go out. I'm not saying me. I mean, yes, like, I am limited in my ability to go out because I'm not willing to sacrifice my health because I already have disability. Like, I already have a heart problem. So I don't want to get COVID and like have more heart problems on top of what I already experience. But it's not like it's not like a privilege to be staying home. It means like I can't work a regular job. And while I personally am relatively fulfilled in this context of working from home and being in here, like it's still not something that you should be jealous of. Or if you are jealous of it, then why don't you just go ahead and become self-employed? You know, why don't you spend like 7 or 8 years building up a platform on YouTube? It's, you know, like you could have been doing it the entire time. The person who told me that most recently, who said that I was being selfish as a gay person, was definitely a closeted bisexual. Yeah, as opposed to begging money from your boss on your 9 to 5. Also, it's okay to be in an enviable position. The problem is when they want you to also suffer instead of them also not suffering. Right, yeah. I'm like, you know, I feel for people who have to go work shitty jobs. I have had to work a lot of shitty jobs. And, you know, you probably make a lot more money at your shitty job than I do at my decent job that allows me to take the time off that I need. Like, I have to exchange the ability to prioritize my health for, like, not being able to make more money. If I could push through my health issues and just do my job anyway, I would be able to have I would not be having the job that I currently do. I guess I've just had too many problems involving people with NPD to really sympathize. I mean, that's fair. It ultimately doesn't matter why someone hurt you. If they've hurt you, you can be aware that the person is dealing with a lot of shame and their own history of abuse, and like that doesn't excuse the fact that they're being abusive toward you. It just means that to a certain extent their behavior is understandable. The grass is always greener on the other side. You got to deal with just as many Karens and trolls as any retail worker. I mean, it's a lot easier. Like, I can just tell someone to fuck off, and that's not a privilege that you have as a retail worker. You can't tell the customers to fuck off. You will lose your job. And if anything, I might sometimes get a dono for telling someone that they're fucking idiots. I think a lot of people who are jealous about people doing your kind of job as an online entertainer or whatever are also used to people like IDK PewDiePie or whatever. Oh, do you mean in the sense that they think that it's like you can just be a dipshit and it's easy? Hey, Quarbarian, welcome in. Haven't seen you in a bit. My mom was complaining about lazy people taking advantage of welfare and disability yesterday. I've told people to fuck yonder in retail and got lunch out of it. Really? Yeah, I mean, it's just not very common for that to be the result. I think it's way more common that you will lose your job. I think it's misery and misplaced malice. A lot of people get upset at others for societal problems, and as a result get competitive and feel encouraged in their bad will to others. It's the scarcity mindset. If you've never heard of the scarcity mindset versus the, oh gosh, what is the alternative called? Scarcity versus, Whoa. Versus abundance mindset. You know, there are only so many promotions that you can get at your job, right? There's only so many promotions. So if your coworker gets a promotion, then that means that you don't get a promotion. So you're in competition for scarce resources with your coworker, as opposed to having an abundance mindset that, like, if we all work together as a team and then we all go ask the, if we all perform well on this project, then we will all get a raise this year or something, and like the systems are built in a way that is, you are meant to be in competition with people, and like scarcity is manufactured in order to keep you in competition. I almost wanted to tell a Trump supporter who works where I do to fuck off. Yeah. This is also why misogynists hate women who have OnlyFans. Oh, you just take photos and simps give you money. I post a nude every day just as a personal project, and I haven't even cracked 50 updates, but I've gotten a ton of shitty DMs. Stuff is hard. People just think that it's easy, to be a content creator, and it's not. Like, granted, I chose to witness the horrors of the earth as my job, but like, so there are just unique things that are difficult about my, I did choose my job, but someone else who has a really physically laborious job chose their job, and like they have to deal with the particular difficulties of like being physically exhausted and potentially hurting themselves at work, and that's its own thing. And then like office workers who have to sit all day have repetitive stress injuries on their wrists and on their lower back from sitting all day and typing on a computer all the time, and also the mental strain of like being in an office environment. And then like I have my job where I don't have to go anywhere, I don't risk my physical safety, I can get up and exercise and do whatever I want and everything, but I do have the difficulties of looking at human depravity every day, and like dealing with trolls and having people tell me personally that I'm a groomer and like a child abuser and stuff. Someone got mad at me recently for talking about how I believe wholeheartedly that unemployed people absolutely deserve to live in cheaper, if not free housing, that food and shelter shouldn't have to be earned in a modern society. Right, Charlotte. It's like, what do these people think about the concept of a universal basic income? Right? Like, if every person, like, let's not means test who deserves the money, who needs the money, who needs cheap housing, who doesn't. What if we gave everybody cheap housing? And what if we gave everybody a universal basic income? And that way, no matter who you are, if you want to work, you can, but you don't have to. Maybe you will never buy a house on universal basic income, but if you want to buy a house, you can go and do the physically laborious job, and maybe you only do it for 3 days a week instead of 5, so that you don't hurt your body as much. The way you're discussing this reminds me of when I had to explain why I enjoyed sex work despite the risk and being aware / living them. Yeah, I periodically I get some criticism about my job that just really bothers me. And then I end up thinking about it a bunch. Exactly. What if someone I don't like doesn't suffer and starve? My mom was talking about how her rent went up, and I was like, how the fuck is that possible? And she's like, that's how adulting works. And I'm like, no, it's not. There's definitely something more here. Right. If the property value hasn't gone up and the service hasn't improved somehow, and your wages haven't gone up, why are you raising my rent? Why do you think you have the right to do this? Oh my gosh. I brought up UBI and she was livid and said I'm childish, even though it would benefit her as well. I guess people just really feel the need to be superior to someone. When I was homeless, I realized that it's literally illegal to sleep anywhere that doesn't cost any money over here in the Netherlands. Yep. the rent went up because she'll pay it. Even homeless shelters cost money. Really? I mean, I guess that doesn't surprise me that much. You have to like pay them $10 in order to have a night to sleep at the homeless shelter. I was trying to explain to my mom that people aren't being incentivized to not work by the presence of welfare. They are being incentivized to work by the threat of homelessness. How did that go, Mama Mephistopheles? Did that reach at all? 7.5 euro each day. Ugh. $8 a night in Minneapolis. There are exploitation concerns with UBI. That's why UBI that confers benefits rather than cash is probably the better way to go. I haven't really looked into this specifically, Gayfesh. I've not heard of any exploitation concerns with UBI. Well, so I guess I have seen concerns that if there is a UBI, then rent will just be, people will just say, oh, well, your rent is your monthly UBI allotment. It went terribly. Oh my God. SNAP is a good example because it's money that can only be spent on food, so the landlord can't expect you to get $281 a month that they could jack up their rent price to counter. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's that same thing that I've heard of. You don't need to rent an apartment in a high rent area if you have UBI, though. Well, the idea is that maybe you currently live in an apartment where you're only paying like $700 a month, but then if you get a universal basic income that's at $900 a month, then your landlord can just say, well, rent is $900 now. So you can't really do UBI. You can't do a cash UBI without also doing rent control, which we should do rent control anyway. Why is there not a rent property valuing thing? Like, okay, so here's an idea. Here's an idea. Why are property values not also applicable to like rental values? Like in the sense that if you live in a really shit neighborhood and there's gun violence everywhere, like the property value is pretty low on the house. So like the value of the house is pretty low. But for a rental, there's no system where someone checks out the apartment you're about to move into and says like, well, this apartment is in a really dangerous neighborhood and like car alarms are going off every other night. So the I say that the rent can't be above this certain level. Like that would be cool, right? Or like this unit has a this unit has mold in it, so you can't charge over this amount, and also you need to fix the mold. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Any issue here. Rent is the sole discretion of the landlord, and we don't want to impinge on their freedom to be parasites. True enough. I work with people living in poverty. There is so much discrimination. It's so frustrating. People want to work, but can't for many reasons, including mental health issues, physical health, etc. Yeah. It's not like we don't want to work. I mean, obviously, I want to work. I have a job. If I didn't want to work, I would have told my partner, hey, we need to get divorced so that I can get on disability. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't want to be on disability. I want to work. I just want to do something that isn't going to destroy my health. My rent went up a bit, but my pay is also going up because of a raise, and I will get more when I get my chest certificate. Yeah, there are not very good tenant protections. Like, it's, you know, technically, yes, mold is a problem in an apartment, and you are not supposed to just let a mold grow in an apartment. However, because all of this is basically all a civil matter. Like, this is the issue. All of these power dynamics of crime being constructed the way that it is. We've talked about this already this past week of like, if you're working at McDonald's, if you eat one of the burgers, that's stealing and they can have you arrested. But if your boss shorts you all your overtime hours, it's a civil suit, right? It's a civil issue. And you usually won't win anything unless you do a class action lawsuit where you get together with a bunch of other people who've also been shorted their overtime. And then it's the same thing with the fucking landlords where, you know, it might be a crime to like destroy the property or whatever. But it's not a crime to just let mold fester as a landlord. It's a civil issue where you'll have to sue for it and then get like civil damages. The landlord isn't going to go to jail for letting black mold run rampant in your apartment. I'm pretty sure, at least. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that one, y'all. Please feel free. Landlords always try to justify their existence by saying they take care of the property, and then they absolutely refuse to take care of the issues that make the apartment you pay for unlivable. Yeah. It's crazy to me because you would think that they'd care about protecting their number one reason to pretend they exist. They just, yeah, I saw someone there was complaints about Airbnb. I saw someone on Twitter being like, why did this person try to hit us with an additional $185 worth of cleaning fees when they already asked us to do a bunch of cleaning? And someone in the comments was like, yeah, I saw this conversation where someone was asking, is it wrong to try to take a profit off of the fee for the cleaners? So like if the person with the Airbnb is hiring cleaners and it costs $150 for the cleaners to come in, they're like, what if I charged like $180 though? And then I pocketed that $30. Like, it's a fucked up thing to do. And like, honestly, you can't even really blame them in some ways because like, you know, you have to make money, right? And this is what I mean about the competition and the scarcity and stuff is like, you are actually incentivized to be a landlord. You are incentivized to fuck people over. You are incentivized to take care of the house as little as possible and charge as much as possible because you, like everyone else, need money. And the material difference between you and your landlord is probably not very big unless your landlord happens to be one of the corporations that owns like a shit ton of property. But yeah, it's like they're scum, but also like we're all being turned into scum. And when you're bitching about Keffels, like, oh, Keffels is a drama monger and she is, you know, she's debate bro brained and this is a huge issue, whatever. Like, yeah, I mean, people are incentivized to be shitty. I'm not saying that Keffels is shitty. I'm just saying that, like, yes, we are incentivized to be in conflict with each other. And I just don't, like, there's no amount of bitching at each other over this is going to fix that. It is wrong to charge for housing. I just want to get some friends and a small building and do a co-op. It's so difficult to do. I'm not going to say don't do it, but I'm going to say it's really difficult to do. If you don't have good conflict resolution skills, if you're trying to provide free housing to people who are getting out of abusive situations, for example, also you need to be like trauma aware and aware that those people might not be stable when they come into your situation. And like, do you have the resources to deal with potentially unstable people, or like, do you have the resources to be able to deal with conflict when it comes up? Not to mention all of the logistical things about who does what chores and how do we get bread and, you know, who cooks the food and who does this or that or the other. Like, it's really quite challenging. Housing should be a free, alienable right, and food, clothing, and resources to education. And right, we are insane socialists for thinking that you deserve to live while you're alive. It's just like hard, you know, like I do think that all landlords are bastards. I think that if you own anything and like you're not leasing to own, you own it, but people are paying a lease, and when they've paid you a certain amount of money on the lease, then you're going to sign over the paperwork and then they own the house. I just don't. Oh, I just mean co-owning a building we can all live in. We can have separate apartments. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, not like a commune, just a co-op. I am hearing you. But yeah, so at the same time, yeah, like they are incentivized to be shitty. So like because they've already become a shitty person, do I think that they deserve the wall? Like, I don't know. Or do I think that they should just have their property expropriated and then be made to live a normal life and get a real job? Like, I have a love-hate relationship with people. Oh, true, Maria. If people earn a few dollars too much, they can lose SNAP and childcare, and you can only buy food with SNAP, not basic human needs, i.e. toilet paper. Right, yeah, I have my SNAP card. I don't actually know how it works. If you try to make a purchase and some of the stuff are unapproved items, because I've only gone in with my SNAP card the once, and I just did 2 separate transactions at the self-till. I was like, here's my toilet paper. I'm just going to use my regular debit card for that. And then here's all my food. I'm going to use my SNAP card for that. I don't actually know how it works. If I were to have all of those things on the same transaction, would my SNAP card like only cover most of it, and then I would have to use my debit card for the rest of it on the same transaction? I have no idea. Oh, you just get charged the remainder? Okay, cool. Cool. My vision for a lottery jackpot-funded compound would have multiple houses. Yeah, but I mean, even then, I've seen some situations where people try to do this commune thing, and like, even if you're living in separate buildings, if one person, like, I don't know, it just seems as tough. Okay, it's good to know that this just works automatically and I won't have to really think about it too hard. So next time I can just do it all on one transaction. Banks will deny you an $800 per month mortgage because you're too poor, so you go back to your $1,000 per month rent. By the time you can afford a house, you've probably bought your landlord's / several houses. So I will say that mortgage is a little bit more complicated because it's not just your mortgage that you're paying each month. You're also paying, like, I have a family member who bought a house a couple of years ago, and they were saying, like, it's basically, yes, my mortgage is pretty low, I guess, or like close enough to being a rent, whatever. But you're also paying property taxes throughout the year and other fees related to the owning of a house. So like the monthly amount that this person was describing paying was like $1,600 a month for like the mortgage, even though a lot of it was other shit. My mom just co-inherited my grandpa's apartment, and it's so weird to think mom and my uncle might be getting rent from somebody. I'm trying to get them to let me live there myself instead, but it's still really expensive to live somewhere as a single person, even if you don't have to pay rent. Communal living sounds like an ongoing high school field trip. Yeah. I'm just really getting burned out on the idea that, like, I don't know. I just think it's really hard to find people to be in healthy relationships with, like, no matter what those relationships look like, whether it's we live together, we're trying to support each other, we're in a romantic relationship, or we're friends, or we're coworkers. Like, I like myself, and I think that I'm good and cool, and other people are just a lot of work. Thank you, maybe Skylar. Thank you. I am enjoying looking like a cutie pie. We're probably not going to get a whole lot of donos today because, again, everybody just paid rent, and I totally get that. But whichever stream this week we hit the $100 goal, I'm going to show you my new wings that I got. My new dragon wings. And I'll put on my horns, too. We live in a motherfucking society, and everybody has unresolved trauma, including me. Yeah, I think that we all have unresolved trauma, and that is a big part of it. So what was the thing with Trump? We will get to that here in a minute, actually. I do need to get my shit figured out and roll on to the next subject, because I do plan on talking about Trump today, and it's been almost 3 hours. I will say I'm getting a little bit better about streaming for longer. For a while there, I was getting really exhausted after only 3-hour streams, but was starting earlier in the day during the week is part of it. And then, yeah, just generally, I've been feeling a little bit better. I've been sleeping better lately, which is great. Oh my god, it feels good to sleep better. I do bad mentally in communal living. I need to and love living alone. I will do whatever is needed to not have roommates again for my well-being. That was something that was really important to me in the moving out process. DM goes long. I know. How does Demon Mama go for 8 hours? How do you do that? I could do an 8-hour stream if I wasn't talking the entire time, maybe. I could maybe do an 8-hour stream if 30% of the time someone else was talking. Unresolved? I think you'll find it's had many results. She is tenacious. I know. She's a juggernaut. Just absolute. Well, she also starts at like 4 p.m. her time, right? It's usually 6 p.m. my time. So yeah, if you start at 4 p.m., then yeah, I can see. Yeah. That's why I started a little earlier. Never get Bell brand tires. Yeah. Okay, I need to take a little tinkle. Because it's been almost 3 hours that I've just been hanging out with you guys and drinking a shit ton of water. So I'm gonna take a bathroom break and get some more water and stuff, and I will be back momentarily. And then once I get back, we'll actually start talking about this fucking Trump thing, and like, we're gonna watch the whole video. I have the video pulled up. Yeah, exactly. Hey, chat demon, mama has to go to the bathroom. No. I mean, honestly, Gayfesh, like, your song is available for purchase. I do think it would be funny if I just played it sometimes when I'm going to the bathroom, but it's Demon Mama's song and it's her proprietary thing, and I won't do that. But I do think it would be funny. I do think it would be very amusing. Okay, I'll be back in just a few minutes, y'all. Be good. Hit like if you haven't already hit like, okay? And stick around because I'm only going to be gone for like 2 minutes, all right? Be good. Oh, I need my water cup. Okay. Oh, we didn't even lose that many people. Thank you for sticking around, Horties. I appreciate you hanging out with me today. Sundays are my favorite days for stream. Truly. It is my best stream day. Don't fall in. I didn't fall in, okay? I successfully did not fall in. The Horde is strong. I saw recently, Decoy Duck, that there is a World of Warcraft joke. There's at least one time that World of Warcraft has itself made the joke of the distinction between Horde and Horde like that. Where it was like a goblin said, "For the Horde," with H-O-A-R-D, and people were like, "Oh, buddy, that's not what they meant." But it's also funny because it's only a thing that would work in text. Like, you would not know that he meant for the Horde money-wise, because goblins in World of Warcraft are really into money, which is definitely anti-Semitic. Now that I'm thinking about it, hadn't really thought about it before, but I'm the fattest I've ever been, but I hate exercise. I love doing yoga and calisthenics. It's so good. Like, yoga and calisthenics, bro, girl, y'all, bitches, it's the best. But you might also have to adapt yoga. And, like, it's easy for me to do yoga because I don't have a belly. So there is that. Successfully not doing things is one of the best ways to feel good about yourself. Write yourself a not-to-do list. Ooh, that's a really good idea. I'm trying to pull back on drinking again. And maybe that would be a good idea. Like, have a don't drink today to-do list. Or like a don't get any fast food today thing. Like, I probably could have saved a little bit of money last month by not buying those things. So we're making better choices. We're trying to make better choices, okay? I don't know how I sound when I do those voices because I haven't listened back to them. And we're in the middle of a long-ass stream, in the middle of a section where we're not doing a segment. So how am I going to find this later when I want to know, like, how do I sound when I do these? When I do these little voices? Oh my god. I didn't get fast food today, though. Hey, there you go. Hello, Baphomet. Hello. My friend's ex used to make goblin trading / mule characters with stereotypically Jewish-sounding names. Ugh, that's gross. Yeah, but I'm just jesting. I don't really... Yes, I could write down the timestamp. It's fine. Like, oh my god, Gorge. Gorge. Yeah, well, yeah, I could... See, I could just voice train. Like, if I really want to try to sound like a girl, I could just voice train, but then I just do this instead. I don't know, yeah, I hope that it sounds really faggy, because that's how it sounds in my head. Good grief. Hell yeah, I don't have any sunglasses. My sunglasses are in my car, but like, sunglasses. Anyhoozle, we should get ready to watch this Trump video. Speaking of Gorge, when is Natalie coming out with The Hunger Part 2? Is there going to be a Part 2 to that video? That video was, like, really intense. Natalie Wynn's video about addiction, that was fucked up, yo. Like, it was just really a lot. Anyway, if you're in here and you've not yet hit like, go ahead and hit like for me on the YouTube page real quick, because we're getting ready to actually talk about this Trump thing. I've been streaming for 3 hours, and I'm finally getting around to it. Yeah, it's been months since she posted. I mean, we're in the second month of 2023, and she hasn't posted this year. So it's just getting longer and longer today. Happy birthday, Skylar! It's my birthday today, so I stuffed myself at my mom's birthday lunch she had for me, and I will stuff myself at dinner with the bestie. Hell yeah! Eat that food, bitch! At this point, I expect a video from her every 8 to 10 months. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. She did a follow-up to Justice. I don't remember what it was called, but she did do a follow-up to it. No, you didn't miss it, Shade, because I'm taking forever to get around to it. But now it's on my screen, so we'll do it in a second. Hold on. Can I make it full screen? Toggle full screen. Okay. Yeah. Everybody tell Skylar happy birthday. And you should use their name when you tell them happy birthday, because they're trying out the name Skylar. This is what I mean. You should never tell your followers to do something shitty. You should only ever weaponize your following to do a nice thing. There you go. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Skylar with an E. Okay, let me get my... I do look fabulous. I want to clean up my lower lip, though, really quick. Where? This lipstick is like Super Stay Forever lipstick. And so you have to use a special eraser where like you take this stuff and put it on there and then it just wipes. Like here, I want to show you. Like, let me see if I can get it to wipe off at all. Like, okay. Okay, it like mostly came off, but it also like took some rubbing. Now I'm gonna try this on the other side. Just like do a quick little swipe of it. And then just kind of like... Yeah, that didn't work as well as I wanted it to. My lips are so fucked up because I bite them all the time. That's a problem that I have. So this is supposed to like help the stuff come off. Yeah. Helps a little bit. But it's, yeah, it's hard because there's just crevices. Anyway. Dragon Boss. True. Sleep with it on like a boss. I usually do sleep with my eye makeup on, for sure. Hell yeah. Okay. So we have been looking at a lot of different anti-trans bills over the past year or so. A lot of politicians kind of making it their main issue, their wedge issue, whatever you want to call that. They are trying to drum up a lot of hatred against trans people, and they explicitly are now saying, like, we want you to not have the right to transition as adults. Some of these super PAC groups are saying these types of things. And now Trump is at it. I didn't not expect this, but it just has finally happened now. And I guess it's as serious as we thought it was going to be when it did eventually happen. But yeah, I mean, Ron DeSantis is kind of making a big... It seems he's going to make the push for trying to be the Republican nominee, and we want to try to do what we can to help that not happen, which I guess means that we want there to be as much division in the Republican Party as possible. Like, I don't want Trump, but I think Ron DeSantis is he's going to be a more effective fascist, if that makes any sense. So, I went to clean off my mascara the other day, and when I used the makeup wipe, it was clean. Where did it go? Yeah, where did it go? I want Trump to run third party. What I understand is that if you have two Republicans running at the same time that you have a Democrat running, or the other way around, it works vice versa as well. Anytime you have two people really who like make it to the top and they actually have to choose at the DNC or whatever between the two of them, that typically goes better. And when the final, like, when you actually get to the election, it tends to go better for the party that had only one person. Like, if you had, if you have the one Republican versus the two Democrats, well, you kind of split the party loyalty between those two Democrats. So usually the Republican wins in those cases, and vice versa. From what I understand, historically speaking, in the United States. But it'll be interesting to see what happens, because it does seem to me as though they are gonna run against each other. But yeah, I guess I want to talk about that like more after, because the main thing that I wanted to start with here, this obviously is relevant to 2024 because this is a campaign ad. This is, I think, is this Trump's first campaign ad of the 2024 election cycle, which is starting now? It's going to be 2-year election cycles every goddamn time forever now. It's going to be forever now. Hello, Guitar Rocker. Welcome in. Yeah, so this is his first. He's making us the #1 issue. So let me get my headphones on and we will watch this thing and respond to it. Because apparently it's just bad. It's bad. People say it's bad. I'm not going to be surprised if it's bad, really. Let me get my volume figured out here.
The left-wing gender
Okay, that's not loud enough.
insanity being pushed on our
Okay, I don't know that I'm going to be able to boost that very much. Is it possible for me to boost? Let me boost. No, I don't think there is any way for me to boost. Okay, so there's just going to be a little bit of a disparity between our volumes then. That happens. I dig the emo look. Thank you. Oh my god. I'm having a good day. Alright, let me get this teed up. And we'll do it. And we'll start. And it's time to go.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple.
Oh, just coming out right out strong with it. Coming right out strong with it. I don't... Hit like if you're going to be as frustrated as me throughout the rest of this video.
Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth.
Emotional mutilation. He just invented a whole new concept. Like, why? I don't understand. Like, it's obviously genocidal, but it's also laughable. I find it hard to take him serious on this. Like, there's been a lot of really serious anti-trans legislation going on around the past year, but I just can't take it seriously coming from him. It's absurd. It's so absurd. I just can't take it seriously. But yeah, I understand. If you listen, those of you in the chat right now, if you need to take off, I get it, because this, like, I have to deflect into humor, I guess, is how I'm going to cope with this ridiculous bullshit. Oh, man.
On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous.
Cruel policies on gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. Like, it's a bunch of buzzwords. They're never gonna like really substantially say why there's a problem.
Process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children.
So again, they will perform surgery on intersex babies, and that's fine. Those are exceptions that are in every single one of these anti-trans kid bills, is that they will allow mutilation of healthy intersex babies' body parts. So that's fine, though.
Can you believe this?
Oh, yeah, and they will circumcise every baby who is assigned male. Yeah, for sure. Sometimes without even asking the parents, they'll do it. Yep.
I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
So, yeah, any organization... Wait. What did he... How did he phrase that? What did he say? Let's do it again.
Instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
Okay. So, any federal program related to trans identities has to stop. Okay, I don't really know what falls under that purview. Exactly. Yeah, at any age. Right, but he's just saying that, like, any education or resources that go toward this, as a result, like, federal agencies, I'm not sure what would fall under the purview. Like, that's a fairly vague, that's fairly vague, and I'm not entirely sure what's meant to be implied by it. A bunch of easy to repeat buzzwords indeed.
I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go.
Okay, so is that going to also have an exception for the intersex kids or what? Like, and then, yeah, like saying we're going to take away funding from any organization that provides these services. So it's going on the national scale. Can you do all this in an executive order? I don't think that you can do this. Like, I don't think that you can do it in an executive order. How would you manage to accomplish all of this? I mean, I don't even think you'd be able to get this through because, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe you could get it through legislatively as long as you have Trump in the White House. I don't know, man. Jeez.
Very quickly, I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare and will be terminated from the program immediately. Furthermore, I will support.
Yeah, we've already gone over this a lot lately where they're just trying to declare that this is not adequate medical care. And yeah, people saying when he says at any age, he's saying gender affirming care should be banned for everyone. Yeah, I think that is like definitely their purpose. We've gone over it recently. Some organizations are now explicitly saying we're interested in removing this ability to transition from adults as well. And I don't think that we need Trump to say it outright. Like, I don't know. Like, I will be interested to see if he does say something more direct about it here momentarily.
The creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures.
Oh, so does this mean that intersex people will be able to sue their doctors and get access to their sealed medical records? That would be cool. I think that would be a good thing to do. And also, I'm pretty sure that you already can sue a doctor for doing bad genital surgery on you. Like, there are a couple of bottom surgeons who have suits against them, and I'm like, oh, I'm probably not ever going to go to that person.
On minor children, the Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich.
Okay, so again, like these surgeries are usually not done for transitioning youth. Sometimes a teenager will get like top surgery. Very occasionally a teenager might get genital surgery for the purposes of gender transformation, gender confirmation. There are so many different terms for the surgery stuffs. But it's not like a horrific thing when that happens, but it is incredibly uncommon. And it is like a lot less common than doing surgery on like intersex infants, right? Yeah, and you know, the issue here, if we're going to complain about doctors making money off of diagnosing patients, then maybe like don't make healthcare a for-profit industry. I don't know, man. What if you just got healthcare? Like, what if you just paid taxes and then you just got healthcare in a timely fashion because it was well funded and the money that was being taxed from us was actually being used toward the things that would make life better? But nope. Instead, we're just gonna like say that this type of care is just illegal now. Sure.
At the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. We will also invest.
Yeah, we get to weaponize the vulnerability of children in order to pass a bunch of laws restricting people's freedoms.
Investigate whether Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers, which are in no way licensed or approved for this use.
Are they not, though? But also, like, medicines are used for off-label use all the time, and that's fine. He said big farmer. Yeah. These medicines have been used for decades for this purpose. And like if you can get an official diagnosis for gender dysphoria, then being prescribed hormones or puberty blockers is the direct use that is intended for the medicine, and it is not an off-label use. But also, like, yeah, off-label use just isn't a big deal. So I don't know. There's that.
My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations for sex discrimination.
What? What? Are you serious? You're gonna call it sex discrimination, the idea that you can have a gender that's incongruous with like the sex assigned at birth. That is insane. I was already thinking before he said that, I was like, it's crazy how he's hitting all of the points, like all of the worst legislation that we've seen across the country, all of the worst sentiments he's managing to compile into one campaign video. But like, it's so much funnier than that. Like oh my God. So I'm so overwhelmed. It's all of the thing, like it's all of the shit that we've been making content about for the past year. It's so difficult to figure out how to address him sometimes. I bet that the TERFs love him calling trans people's existence sex discrimination. Yeah, absolutely. I bet he loves that. Grab him by the pussy, man, talking about sex discrimination for sure. Oh my God. I just needed to recover from that really quick. Let's keep going.
And the elimination of federal funding. As part of our new credentialing body for teachers, we will promote positive education about the nuclear family, the roles of mothers and fathers.
Oh yeah, so they're attacking homosexuality too. Just to be totally clear, they're attacking gay people too. They're like, we're gonna forcibly indoctrinate your kids into thinking that being gay is not normal. Oh my God, I didn't know that they were gonna do this.
And celebrating rather than erasing the things that make men and women different and unique.
And arbitrarily reinforcing a sex binary that is super, super blurry, actually. But all right, cool.
I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female.
So they want to take away your ability to put an X on your passport. All right, cool.
And they are assigned at birth. The bill will also make clear...
Okay, well, hey, you know what? They usually don't admit that it's assigned at birth. Usually, a lot of these people will say, like, your sex is observed at birth. It's not assigned at birth. So they've just admitted that this is a coercive system. Like, they've just repeatedly admitted the sex binary is so fake that we have to reinforce it through education. Heterosexuality is so fake that we have to reinforce it through education and, like, brainwashing and literally stripping funding from schools that educate. Like, basically, like, him saying, like, if you tell kids that they could be trapped in the wrong body, that's not allowed. So if you tell people that trans people exist and that it's possible, not even that it's good to be trans, but that it's possible to be trans, you're implicitly telling that kid that they could transition if they wanted to, because you're saying anyone could transition if they wanted to. And so, like, even the neutral fact of statement of existence is called into question as being inappropriate and, like, is now going to be punishable. Like, this would be a sweeping overreach into a lot of different aspects of government. You know, like, dictate, like, how are the states' rights people feeling about the idea that Orange Man is going to dictate what they're allowed to teach in their schools? I mean, obviously, in the places that would be doing states' rights arguments, that's, you know, they would be on board with this anyway, because we all know that racism and transphobia go hand in hand. But yeah, oh God, there's still like a whole minute of this video left.
The Title IX prohibits men from participating in women's sports, and we will protect the rights of parents from being forced to allow their minor child to assume a gender which is new and an identity without the parents' consent.
So they're gonna seriously, they've managed to compile every single one of these issues into one video. Like, we're going to make it so that at school, we can't affirm your trans kid without telling you and risking that kid getting abused because, you know, maybe the kid had an accurate idea of what it would be like if they came out to their parents, and then you tell the parents that they're trans, and then the kids are going to get abused at home. Whatever.
The identity will not be new, and it will not be without parental consent.
The identity will not be new. What the fuck? Like, it seems like he almost went off script for a second there. Let's take that one back because I interrupted the flow of that one.
Which is new, and an identity without the parents' consent. The identity will not be new, and it will not be without parental consent.
Yeah, I think that he read the line twice or something. Yeah, who is behind this speech? He did not write this, of course. He's clearly reading off a teleprompter. Like, whomst? Probably a whole team of people who just looked at all of these different laws around the country and managed to compile all of them into one really pretty brief script. Like, they've managed to keep this pretty tight.
No serious country should be telling its children that they were born with the wrong gender, a concept that was never heard of.
That's not what, like, again, so the other thing that is implicit here is that the idea that you are doing something to your children, that you're telling the children that they are trans, that their gender is wrong for their body or whatever, like, which is not the case. That's not how this works. It's a diagnostic process where you explore and figure it out with the child. And like, the best way to do it is to let the child lead you and not to like tell the child like, well, because you like trucks, you must be a boy. Like, that's not how this works. And so they're just taking up, it's a straw manning thing. They're creating a false version of what we do and what we believe in order to attack that instead of attacking even like what we actually are doing, which is telling children that they can transition if they feel that that is right for them, and that some people are happier that way. Yes, exactly. The child is the one thinking they're trans, and the parents typically are skeptical of it. Yeah, overwhelmingly, the overwhelming majority of the time, the parents of trans kids don't usually understand. They might be like, well, okay, well, what I'm hearing is that you want me to let you grow your hair out, and that is doable, and I think that's okay. I'm not sure yet about this nickname that you want to go by, but we can talk about it in an ongoing fashion. You know what I mean? Like, most parents are like, I don't really want to let you transition. And then they get put in a position where the kid is like suffering in school and they need to make a change in order to keep the kid happy and healthy and successful and safe. Yeah, it's so weird. People being like, you're transing the kids. You're trying to brainwash them. You're telling them that just because they like dolls, they must be a girl. Like, no. That's not how it works. Kids tend to gravitate toward things that are stereotypically associated with either gender because that's the idea of gender that they're presented with at that age. So that's like how they relate to those concepts is through these like superficial things. Typically, if society constantly says trucks are for boys, dolls are for girls, if you intuitively feel that you are a girl and you constantly hear this messaging about dolls and girls, then you're going to be like, well, I'm a girl, so I must need a doll. Like, that's what being a girl is, and it doesn't matter what your sex is. That's, like, how children express their gender. Because that's, like, the very basic way that they understand it, you know? Of course, and they could care less about children. This is fundamentally not about helping children or saving them, because if they cared about that, they would be willing to look at the statistics about suicide and self-harm and other mental health outcomes for trans kids and correctly identify that those things resolve when you introduce social transition and sometimes medical transition, depending on whether it's age appropriate. I met a super happy 7-year-old trans girl today. Her parents are amazing. I'm so afraid for her. Yeah, it sucks. Doesn't it suck, that moment where you're like, I'm so proud of you and I'm so happy that you get to be your best self from as early an age as you possibly could. And at the same time, like, you can't be fully happy for them. Like, you can't be fully happy for that trans kid that you that you're meeting, because like they're about to enter the Thunderdome and they shouldn't have to think about those things. Like, it's not right. But here we are. It's on the national stage now. It's going to be the main issue of the Republican Party, which hopefully results in them losing, as it has seemed to work out in a lot of these smaller elections. We're frequently seeing the more extreme right-wing, like these candidates that really stake their whole issue, like their whole campaign on the transgender question, don't seem to be doing great in the polls. And we can hope that this stands. This is obviously, it's his first campaign video going this hard on it, so they're going to make it their main thing. And we just have to hope that not very many people get radicalized, and that maybe people who are on the fence are able to go like, whoa, this is a little bit too much. I'm a live and let live. I'm a libertarian or whatever, like, let's fucking hope that let's hope that this holds true, that the anti-trans rhetoric is hurting their chances of winning. All right, let's finish the last 20 seconds of this.
In all of human history, nobody's ever heard of this, what's happening today.
What?
It was all when the radical left invented it just a few years ago.
So, like, yeah, I saw someone post on Twitter that if you think that trans people were just invented a couple years ago, I would like to introduce you to some Jerry Springer episodes from the 1990s. Like, are you for real right now? Oh my God.
Under my leadership, this madness will end. Thank you very much.
All right, that's the end. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I was frankly surprised that he was able to stay on script. I mean, I wonder how many takes they had to do for him to stay on script the whole time. He did fuck it up a little bit that once, but he did okay for most of it. Who wrote that? Man, they really managed to just squish every single one of the issues into one thing. And of course, like, it's just as bad and terrifying as it ever was. The idea that our rights are like, this was disparate. This was this state and this state and this state. I wonder how all those people that I debated with the other couple weeks ago, like, I wonder how all of them feel now when they were like, well, it depends on what state you live in, so you couldn't call it a genocide because it, if there's still places that are relatively safe within your country, but the thing is that when you point them to this, they're going to say like, well, Trump won't win, so it's not really genocide. It's like, wow, okay, great. Oh my God, excuse me. Quote unquote, invented yesterday. Meanwhile, poor Lily Elb literally died 100 years ago of complications from her bottom surgery. You can't call it a mass shooting because it only happened in one place. It's not a mass shooting. Or like some people will say, oh yeah, maybe there's individual genocidal conditions in certain states, but it's not across the whole country. It's like, well, yeah, no, it is across the whole country. It's in a lot of places across the country, and then we're having to make sanctuary states. So yes, it is a countrywide problem. But whatever. And now it's even more of a country. You can't even make that argument anymore. I really hope that this means that Trump is going to make this his main issue. But like, yeah, as I was saying toward the beginning of the segment, I am pretty sure, like, Ron DeSantis presidential run 2024. From The Guardian. So I guess I was not 100% sure if Ron DeSantis was actually intending to gun for the Republican presidential nomination, but that's just been my assumption based on his behavior. I've just been assuming that based on his behavior. And let's see, this is from The Guardian. Moves spur Trump into attacking Florida governor during low-key events over the weekend. Okay, Ron DeSantis prepares for 2024 White House bid. Ron DeSantis is now laying the groundwork for a White House bid. DeSantis' moves even spurred Trump into attacking him directly as the former U.S. president held relatively low-key events over the weekend in New Hampshire and South Carolina. Ron wouldn't have been governor if it wasn't for me. When I hear he might run, I consider that very disloyal. DeSantis began his time as Florida's governor in the shadow of Trump. Did DeSantis actually say anything about... In response to DeSantis' likely presidential bid, Trump has issued threats against the governor. Let's see. I don't think that there's any hard evidence that Ron is going to run for president, but I do think that people are just suspicious that that's the case. Yeah, weird. When I see elected officials saying they want to genocide me, I find that pretty disloyal. Priorities, I guess. So I really hope the one thing that I do, okay, here's the one positive. One thing I do hope happens as a result of Trump, my big main man Trump coming out against trans people this hard, is that I hope that this boosts it to more mainstream awareness. Like, I don't think that it will, honestly. But what I hope is that more people will see this and go, hey, it kind of seems like they're trying to make it so that trans people don't exist anymore, and that they will then become more politically aware of the fact that this has been more widespread. Like, I that's the one thing with it, it's not like mainstream knowledge that I understand. Or I mean, maybe people are aware that some folks in some states are trying to pass laws against trans kids getting access to care, even though a lot of these laws extend into adulthood. But as far as I can tell, I don't know that there are many cisgender people talking about this. It's, you know, all the trans people I know are talking about it constantly, but I don't know that I see very many people discussing this issue. You know, on Facebook, my algorithm would be hypothetically tuned to tell me anytime anyone on my friends list talks about trans people, but it's not happening very much. If Trump is repeating it, it's already mainstream. Well, so this is, it's the mainstream Republican view right now, it seems. Like, amongst most Republicans right now, I don't know if that's actually true, but it seems like amongst most Republicans, being transphobic and going hard on this is the mainstream view for them. What I'm saying is that I don't think that many people outside who don't pay very close attention to the political sphere, I don't think that those people are as aware of the specific targeted issues that trans people are dealing with and the dangers associated with that. And so, yeah, I do hope that Trump making this video and like they're going to continue talking about it. You know, he's going to continue hitting on this every time he, like, you know, clearly it's his first campaign video. They're making this their big issue. So hopefully it makes it to where more folks see it and go, yeah, that's fucked up. That's not okay. Like, let's hope that that doesn't continue on the way that it's going on. But that's wishful thinking maybe on my part. I'll admit. I'm trying to be a little bit hopeful about the fact that I have to stay here in this country for a while. It's great. Where do you want to go when you don't have to? I mean, lately I just want to stay home. Again, I'm really looking forward to going to the grocery store tomorrow, or whenever Patreon money hits my account. Yeah, I don't know many cis people who know about this. When I tell my cis friends, they're amazed that it's true and look it up on their phones in disbelief. Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate that. You literally have to stay home, not just in this country? Yeah, I mean, lately I've been wanting to stay home because I like it here. I've made it into a space that I enjoy being. If it's not safe in the US, it won't be safe anywhere. The US being the global imperialist hegemon. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like super hopeful about it. Like I said this earlier in stream, like, frankly, I don't think that anything is going to get better anymore. I think that we can try to build communities that are mutually supportive, but I think that we are going to live through one of the worst, we're going to live through one of the bad times in human history. Like, I think that we're about to live through one of the big bad times in human history. And, I mean, we already are, in the sense that the COVID pandemic is already a big fucking bad deal. But I think that we're about to live through, several things that are even worse than that. Like, the killing of black people is just going to continue to get worse. Like, police killed more people in 2022 than they had in, like, I think any other year. Am I wrong about that? Worse than 4 years of Trump? I mean, there's going to there's not a bad chance that there's going to be another 4 years of Trump. Like, I don't think that it's going to get better. What's up, Internet Hobo? Welcome to the website. Thank you so much for coming over here. All the cis friends I know aren't even American and talk about this, but all of them also know trans people, so it's not very representative. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's an American thing, too, where we very particularly have this, like, political apathy. And we do. We have a lot of political apathy here. You know, I imagine in countries like Australia, where voting is compulsory, you have less political apathy, because it's like, well, you have to vote, so you might as well know. Or I guess you have to turn in a ballot. I suppose you could turn in a blank ballot. Blank ballot? Cannot talk. I know, yeah, Germany doesn't acknowledge non-binary identities at all. There's not really much recognition of non-binary identities here. I should get my passport, like, this year before I don't have the opportunity to get it with an X on it anymore, because I do think that I want that. I keep meaning to get a passport. It just costs a fucking $100, and I don't have that money usually. But I should probably do that the first available $100 that I have spare. The idea of a united country is dying, and we're just going to separate more and more as states test federal authority over states' rights to discriminate. Well, the great thing, Davey, is that that's not going to be the case if Trump gets to be president, because then all of those states testing the right to discriminate those states are going to be doing things that the federal government approve of. If you go to Germany as a refugee, you won't need an American passport. Does Germany accept transgender refugees from the United States? I've never looked into that because I've never thought about living in Germany before. They have, don't they have, like, a housing crisis there? Like, isn't there, like, a housing shortage? You need a passport to get on an international flight. Yeah, I would have assumed that as well. Yeah, that's the worst good news ever. I know. So, yeah, I'll probably get a passport at, like, the earliest opportunity. And get a little X on it. I don't want to go too far away from the United States because the U.S. is where the best, United States is where the best, like, bottom surgeons are. I want to get bottom surgery in California, so I gotta at least be nearby for that long. Our housing crisis is about the same as yours. It would depend on where you are. I see. Do you have to recite the Canadian national anthem to get a citizenship? You can't get citizenship unless you've already lived there for like 3 years or maybe 5 years. I've been discussing with my friend who lives in Canada the option of marrying them to move up there. We're both ace and okay with not getting married to our potential partners in the future. Don't Turkey and Thailand also have excellent doctors? Do they for penis building surgeries? Like, maybe, I know Thailand is kind of famous for doing vaginoplasties, but I don't need one of those. They're beginning to accept asylum seekers in Germany. My fiance has applied for refugee status and was approved tentatively. They'll have German citizenship. That's why they will not need an American passport. Really? So you get citizenship for when you apply for refugee status, or is it because you're going to marry them? Turkey is best known for hair transplant surgery. Yes. I love that we get to have all these discussions while normies just think we're a bunch of blue-haired weirdos yelling about pronouns. You know what I realized recently is I am a philosopher of gender. And like in addition to all the other things that I am, like in addition to being a political commentator and like an independent journalist and like a multimedia manager and a social media manager and a video editor and like all these other things, like yeah, Lux, I'll marry you so you can get California citizenship and have your surgery here. Yeah, for sure. I did see that, Quinn. There is a petition to push the Canadian government to extend refugee status to transgender people. Yeah, let me see if I can find a link to that so that I can give it to you all. So, if you're Canadian, consider signing this petition to try to get the House of Commons to allow transgender people from the United States into the country. Into Canada. To Canada. My friend recently referred to being trans as, quote, just wanting to look a certain way and an unnecessary struggle. Well, the part about wanting to look a certain way isn't really the biggest part of the struggle. The part is the, like, not having your rights after changing your stuff. Yeah, Unstable Smurfette says, actually, I'm an ace single German, so if you need an emergency out, not trying to be weird, just saying. I am currently married. I don't really wear hand jewelry, but I am married, and so I would have to get divorced in order to do that, but thank you for the option. We'll see, I guess. I'm close enough to Canada. Can I sign? Don't be bad, okay? Yeah, so I'm done talking about that for a second. If you're here and you have not yet hit like, I would appreciate you hitting like. Also, if you've never donated before, consider checking out my Patreon. You know, if you pitch me $1 a month, that's only like $12 a year. Or consider a one-time donation through my website, where you can get custom emojis and stuff if you get a site subscription. Ooh, John Get Bent. I don't know if you must have already started the process of getting that donation before I rolled into my pitch, but thank you, because that was perfect timing for the $5.67 dono. That's much appreciated. Does that put us at an even dollar amount? I don't want to try to do math in my head right now. I'm not in the mood. Oh, I see what I did. That was my bad. That was my bad. I forgot that I put that on one of my keyboard keys, so I hit a key on my keyboard and it switched the scene. That was my bad. But yes, thank you, John Get Bent, for the dono. It put us up at $22. Thank you so much. This is a good reminder for me to look for fidget rings. Conspiracy theory, we are all just one big polycule waiting to marry Lux. True. I'll just rotate between you all in the different countries. Like, oh, I want to live in Ireland. Maybe I'll marry this person. I don't know that I would leave Ireland if I got to move to Ireland, though. I mean, it's gorgeous there. I wish I could offer the Netherlands as a safe haven for LGBTQI people. QIA people, but my country is notoriously bad at treating refugees as human beings. Well, the thing is, Jack River, that I'm white. So that was a fucked up joke, but it's true. Ireland. Ireland is the land of fae and dragons. Oh God, yes, please take me into the woods. The fae, like, kidnap me, take me, daddy, please. Now that's what I call a parasocial relationship. Oh, and then you go into your family's house in Spain. Oh my God. Spain seems like it would be a really nice place to live. I just imagine that they have a pretty high standard of living there. I don't know if that's actually the case. Yeah, just walk into a ring of mushrooms. Take me. Like, just don't joke about the fake kidnapping you, Lux. I'm inside. They can't hear me. They don't know how technology works, so they can't hear me. Hello, Weed Gender Void. Welcome in. Coming into the stream a little bit late, but that's okay. You caught us. We're just chilling at the end here. I haven't decided whether I could go ahead and do the Keffels reaction, like reacting to Keffels talking to Buck Angel, because the Buck Angel part specifically she did upload, and I do still have the tab open. They do. They're very spoiled in Spain. You mean they get healthcare? I'm like, that sounds exciting. I'll be your girlfriend if I can have healthcare. I'm like, this is me to Spain, like the country. Like, hey, can I get some healthcare? What if someone left their laptop open in an enchanted forest? I still don't think that the Fae know how to do technology. I think that they exist in on a non-electrical plane of existence. Ooh, healthcare, please, Daddy T.Y. Exactly. I just think that they wouldn't know what to do with it, and they would probably throw it into a river or something. Or, like, cast it into a different dimension, like, banish it from this plane. Is Babbel good to learn language from? Yes, sign the petition. Thank you so much. You all who live in Canada. If you live in Canada, please hit that petition up. Thank you. I saw a video of two swans that got in a fight and got their necks stuck together, and they swam over to a human to help them get unstuck. And that to me felt like the kind of interaction humans would have with the Fae. Like, we are capricious and unpredictable to animals, but they were in such dire straits that they rolled the dice. Things are so dire for us humans now that you're like, whatever, Fae, come take me. Like, yeah, the Fae are capricious and unpredictable, but they might help you. So it's worth it to roll the dice on that. Exactly. Babbel's sound recognition is better. TBH, Duolingo doesn't hear shit. Okay. Duolingo Owl is mean to me. I know. I love that screenshot. Hold up. That screenshot of like, Yeah. Here it is. Here's the one. Here it is. I found it. Like, looks like you forgot your Spanish lessons again. You know what happens now. And then an alert from ADT. Intruder alert. Backdoor. Proceed with caution. Oh, no. Like, Duolingo's coming for you. He's coming for your knees. He wants your kneecaps. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Give me that tab back. Reopen, close tab. Thank you. If I donate here for your passport, will it all go to you? Yeah, Shade. Actually, yeah. So website donations. The only fees that are there are the fees associated with PayPal. So like, you know, PayPal takes like a pretty small percentage, but the rest of it goes to me. Yeah, that's the best way to. It's like, yeah, pretty much the primary way that I accept money is through PayPal donations, which I would appreciate. I don't know that I'm going to be able to afford a passport right this second, but it will is as much money as I can save up this month, and I'm going to be super restrictive and responsible. Oh, I have fucking food stamps this month. I don't have to spend any money on food this month if I don't buy fucking fast food. So just how much does a passport cost? It's like $150, I think, after everything is said and done. So is the weed gender gone because it's in the void, or does the weed make the gender be gone because it's in the void? These are the questions. I used to use Duolingo, but then I lost my streak and gave up. Yeah, I don't think you should incentivize a streak in that way. I think that you should just incentivize like a number of times per week, maybe. Hey Beth, how's the spods doing? My animals are doing great. My roaches are breeding and molting like they're supposed to. The tarantulas continue to do tarantula tricks and teleport to the bottom of their burrows when I look in their general direction. That's so funny. Like the crabs, my partner just got a couple of tiny crabs that are they're like this big. They like to hide a bunch, right? My pods are doing okay. I had some deaths recently, and I thought that maybe I just fed them something that they shouldn't have eaten. I'm just not totally sure what the deal is. But yeah, my Punta Cana suffered quite a bit of population loss, but there are still some alive in the culture, so cool. They have a bunch of dead isopods to eat now. That's probably going to be great for them. They'll enjoy that. And my Armadillidium vulgare that are just wild caught are doing pretty good. And then my Porcellianitis pruinosis are always... It's just like there's so many of them. The only problem I'm having with them is that they're really aggressive toward each other because there's too many of them in too small of a space. I tried to even give them even more space when I upgraded their enclosure, but they're just fucking finicky. They're just really aggressive to each other is the problem. That panel was brutal. I had a nervous breakdown watching it, and I'm really quite glad that Keffels, Aaron, and Alejandra dared to speak there. Yeah, I was considering watching, the Buck Angel part of the debate. I started a charity to help people with transition-related care last October. I'm thinking about using it to help people prep for escaping. I feel like that's probably a good call. I think that's probably going to be... if I could afford it, I would like to do that as well. But, I mean, that's the kind of thing about getting out of the country is in the first place is, then you can be materially helpful to people. Like, hey, I have a spare bedroom. Do you need a spare bedroom while you look for a job and a place to rent or something? Hearing Buck Angela talk is like listening to a car alarm that won't shut off. Oh, my God. Is that $150 for they're charging for the passport? It's I think $150 is what it ends up costing after everything. You have to pay at the time of application maybe, and then you pay for the photo. Yeah, it's $150, something like that. It's been a minute since I looked into it. I thought I had to burp, and then it just didn't go anywhere. Okay, I guess it's just not going to happen. Is it expensive for a pass? Well, so I don't know what country you live in, Internet Hobo, or what, but I understand that in a country like the UK, the passport is your main ID, isn't it? A lot of people don't drive. So in the United States, for most people, our primary identification is our driver's license. If you don't have a driver's license, you can get a state-issued ID, but that is also not the same thing as a passport. So, yeah, so in some other countries, if you live in the UK and the passport is the ID that you show, to get into the club, which you can use it here. If you're buying cigarettes here, you can use your passport. Most people just don't do that because a passport is a bigger deal in America. Your passport is something that you need to leave at home. It's kind of like your social security card. You don't really want to carry your passport or your social security card with you. If you're in the EU, you just have a state ID. The EU single card ID was €40. So yeah, a driver's license is $20 to $30 or something around there. And then a passport is 100. God, I don't remember what the actual specific amount was, but it was like, it's not just the passport itself. You also have to pay for like getting the photo taken, and maybe like you have to pay an application fee. I don't know. It's a lot of bullshit though. I'm pretty sure I do have the paperwork somewhere for applying for a passport, but I'm not totally sure what happened to it when I moved. Like, I know that I printed it out. I just don't know what happened to it when I moved. In Germany, the UID is 25 and the passport is 40 or so. The EUID. I think part of the costs are subsidized. You get a free ID when you turn 14. Yeah, we don't have that. Yummy. Germany costs a lot to live in, but it's super progressive, honestly. You in Germany, you just have this awareness of the Holocaust that makes you significantly better people. So anyway, I guess, you know, we're getting close to this 4-hour mark. We can try to do like a responding to this Buck Angel and Keffels thing. I'll probably increase the speed on it, and like maybe we won't interject every 5 seconds. Thank you. Oh my god, yes, my outfit is very gender. My state ID, not a driver's license, costs $90. What the fuck? $90 for a state ID? That's crazy. They didn't try to do the apolitical historical view, not bullshit about the Nazis. Apparently, it did take a couple decades before they stopped doing the denial part of the genocide and came around and were like, actually, that was fucked up and we need to not do that again. You don't have to have an ID, though, in the US, in Germany, and the other countries, you have to have one. Shade, holy shit, thank you so much. With the $150 dono from Transgender Affirmation Care Charity, first beneficiary help, get your passport, my dragon. Holy shit, what the fuck, thank you. Thank you, like, that's gonna help me a lot. Hopefully I will be, like, I'm not gonna spend any money on alcohol this month, or I'm gonna try not to, so, like, basically, that amount of money is the amount of money that it's more than the amount of money that I spent on fast food and alcohol last month. So if I can manage to pull that together, I should apply for... Oh yeah, I need to open a fucking P.O. box too. You all keep talking to me about that. You all keep nagging me about the P.O. box. I'm joking. I appreciate that you all want to send shit to me. Wing reveal. Yes, it's time. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll put the horns on first. No, I'll put the horns on second. I'll put the wings on first. So should I go off screen for this and not do it on screen? Yeah. And then maybe we'll respond to this. I don't know. Maybe we'll just dick around for a little while because it's like a 27-minute video and that's going to take me at least an hour to respond to. And I'm kind of starting to get hungry. So I donated for you getting a P.O. box. Yes, I know. Like, I just need to actually get one. So hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, so here are wings. Okay, where am I? Yeah, Shade, please post a link to your fundraiser thing, please. Yeah, wings. I have wings. They are cute. Yeah, I don't really have a good way to put them underneath my clothes yet. Well, actually, maybe on this dress I could do it. But like, I have to put them down a little bit because otherwise the points like knock into the back of my head a bunch. So I had to move them down my back somewhat. And then I'll put my horns on. And then the effect will be complete. Oh yeah, I was gonna... Tali, Holly isn't here anymore, but I did have this did come with a tail also. It's just like not, it just has like a clip thing here, which is like, it's fine. If I was wearing a belt, I could probably make it work, but I'm wearing a dress right now, so I can see why you wanted horns second. Yeah, how was I supposed to put that on over my head? Gayfesh, were you in here earlier when I was complaining about how my horns, people keep saying they look like Maleficent horns and I want them to not look like that, and I realized what the problem is? Because I'm gonna try to fix that problem now if I can. Okay, yeah, that's how my horns go. Yeah, I'm winging it. Oh my god. I came in about an hour in. Okay, yeah, so I realized what the problem is, and I'll show again. Oh my gosh, what is happening? This hair? Okay. Okay. Wow, that came loose a lot. Okay. So I kind of realized what part of the problem is with my horns. And the problem with my horns is that when they point up like that, like this is very much like a Maleficent angle when they're up like this. And also I think this is like, it's a little bit more of a demony angle. It reminds me a little bit of the guy from Legend and his horns, except his are more forward, but also they're more up. So like if I just tilt them back, now it's dragon. But it's also harder to, like they just don't sit that way because that's not how they sit, because it's not how they were made to sit. So there's not really a way for me to do that until I get a head thing. Like I'm gonna get someone to make me a thing so that they can sit like this. There are demon dragons as well. I'm just not a demon. I'm just not. So I think this would look better. But until then, they're just gonna be up. Sometime when I have a spare $100, I'm gonna commission someone to make me a custom leather headpiece so that my horns can sit in the custom leather headpiece. But yeah, if they just... there you go. Now it makes sense. But yeah, this is the costume. I like the wings. They really do feel quite nice on my back. But I also feel like my hair is just melting into the... Isn't it so dark? Like, on my screen, like, my hair is just blending into this wing. Which is not ideal. But I don't know. I look so cute. I'm so heckin' cute. I'm so heckin' cute. Okay, you can see it just fine. It's just... Okay, this is my off monitor. Maybe put this on my regular monitor. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. I just had it on my shitty monitor. Heckaroonies. I picked a great pair. Thank you. Yeah, I like these wings a lot. And they'll mostly stay in place. I figured Lux is more like an earthen demon who is one with nature and the magic world. Am I a demon? I just don't see myself as a demon. I just see myself as more of a Durg. Hello. For some reason, I thought that the wings would be leather. Yeah, they're just plastic. They do kind of have a texture similar to soft leather, but yeah, no. They're just off of Amazon. They're not special. I mean, they're special because they're mine now. I got wings. I meant earth and dragon, not demon. Oh, okay. Yeah, earth dragon. I think that's, that correlates. Yeah, I think that I'm an earth type. That's fair. Earth type dragon. That's probably fair. I mean, that's, you know, I've got the, like... this thing going on back here with the nature. Oh, I keep forgetting to turn on the colors. I just continue to forget to turn on the background colors every goddamn stream. Is Luxander a dragonborn? Of course. Of course I'm a dragonborn. Clearly. What else did you think was going on here? These are my wings. There are many like them, but these ones are mine. Exactly, these ones are mine. This is legit making me hungry for wings. Yeah, Mama Mephistopheles, I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about how my wings itch when I think about them. But this is like scratching that itch. Like the pressure of the wings on my back feels good, which I enjoy. Dragonborn kill dragons, though. I mean, yeah, sometimes dragons eat smaller dragons. It happens like that. There was a dragon in the Game of Thrones universe whose name was Cannibal because he so commonly ate young dragons. In the movie Flight of the Dragons, they talk a little bit about elemental dragons. That could be cool. In my chess class, we were talking about chickenpox, but one guy said chickenborn. That is how I thought. Gayfesh, spoilers, okay? Listen. That is what I was thinking when I said that, but I wasn't going to spoil the show. Because I still, like, you know, if you're the kind of person who hasn't seen House of the Dragon yet, you should. It's real good. It's real good. And I like having people to talk to about it. Lord have mercy, I'm hungry. Noon is still really early in my day. So when I start stream at noon, I usually don't eat beforehand. Whereas if it's like 5 p.m. and I'm going to stream, I will typically have had enough time to get hungry. But I just don't get hungry. I'm refusing to watch it. I am still not over season 8 of GOT. I never saw GOT. So here's the thing. You can watch House of the Dragon without ever watching Game of Thrones. You don't need to watch the other one in order for it to make sense. Excuse me. D&D do not have their mitts on it. Yeah, it's a totally different creative team. A lot of the episodes are directed by women, and I do think that they managed to portray a female perspective really well. Yeah, the end of GOT was traumatizing for real, for real. I mostly watched it because I used to watch Doctor Who, and Matt Smith is good in Doctor Who because he's a bad guy. That's what I like about Matt Smith as the Doctor, is that he's kind of a bad guy. So I was looking forward to House of the Dragon because Daemon Targaryen is also a bad guy. Oh, if I put this really far back on my head, I can kind of make it sit the way that I want it to. Kind of. But it's a little bit precarious and it might fall off, but it looks so good. Ah, I figured it out. I feel so much better now. I still want them to be a little bit further forward on my head, like, but they're at least on the right angle now. Doctor Who is not on Netflix. I know. That is such an interesting perspective to have of 11. Well, I mean, he's not like a literal bad guy, but like he is threatening and scary a lot. Do you think that's fair? He's threatening and scary quite often. I love how daemons are spooky, scary creatures, but also daemon is just like a name. Yeah, that is also true. Dragon Resonance. Do you plan on watching the Jon Snow spinoff? I mean, probably. I will probably watch it. But I will probably not watch it as religiously as I did watch House of the Dragon. Because I'm just not very invested. Like, what are they going to do with a Jon Snow spinoff? Are they going to try to, like, wrap up the fucking White Walkers shit and be like, oh, they had a society and stuff? Like, they're just trying to fix the end of Game of Thrones, and I think that's stupid. Yeah, Mersh, I did try to watch some of the original, the first Doctor, and it was just not good, and I didn't want to watch it. Good men don't need rules. Today is not the day to find out why I have so many. Precisely. He is a scary, intimidating man. And that is why I wanted to see him play Daemon Targaryen, because Daemon Targaryen is also a scary, morally gray, intimidating man. And that's like what I find hot about Matt Smith. You know, people are like, I saw someone recently say that Pedro Pascal and Matt Smith are not hot men, but they play hot characters. Yes, I have seen BoJack Horseman. They play hot characters, and so like Matt Smith isn't really hot, but he plays an intriguing hot character, and then all the characters around him treat him like he's hot, and that tricks you into thinking that Matt Smith himself is hot. But yeah, no, it's actually his performance as like a bad guy that I like. I heard that Daenerys will be coming back to life in the Jon Snow series. I hope not. That is not what I want. Personally, I think 10 is a lot scarier. Yeah, I mean, 10. Yeah, I mean, 10 committed the most genocide when I didn't mean for that to come out with the accent, but when I realized what was happening, I was like, I'm just gonna run with it. When okay. Yeah, Matt Smith tricks me every night in my dreams when he's rearranging my guts. Number 6 was tried for genocide. Holy shit, I didn't know that. When he tried to drown all of the Rachnos. I think the Doctor is just a pretty genocidal character for sure. Are we using they now? Now that the Doctor has been a woman, are we using they now? Is she a they now? Because that's interesting. I guess all Time Lords would be theys then, wouldn't they? Or are they, if they're, yeah, Doctor is gender fluid, always probably should have been a they. Yeah, right? If we're referring to the Doctor as an overall character, it's they, but if we're talking a specific one, then it would be he or she. Interesting. Well, okay, so yeah, because I guess that's how Time Lords do it. They had a time where in the episode where it's called The Doctor's Wife, I think, about the TARDIS becoming a person, and they're like talking about some other Time Lords, and he says like, oh yeah, the Corsair, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, yeah, except that one time that she was a bad girl. Like, yeah, he was really great, except that one time, like, whew, she was a bad girl. So I think that they just switch pronouns depending on, like, what their body is doing, like, for convenience sake, I assume. Yeah, I use they when I refer to the entire individual, but use whatever pronouns the regen I'm talking about used. That seems... does he actually, do they have any agency over whether they regenerate as male or female? Because I was kind of always under the impression that it was sort of random, because, like, he always is like, oh, my teeth are weird, like, oh, am I ginger yet, you know? I think the 15th Doctor, played by Ncuti Gatwa, will be non-binary. Okay. That would be exciting. What do you do if your parents don't respect your gender identity? If you are still living with your parents, I would say probably the best survival method that you can take is to keep it a secret from them. Like, I mean, you can't change your gender identity, right? Like, you may just have to wait until you're in an environment where you can explore that safely. If you're in college, you should also consider that as well. Like, are your parents going to cut off your money supply while you're in college, or are they going to stop paying for your classes because you're trans? That would not be good. And if you're an older adult, then you just have to try to help them understand it gradually over time and be willing to have a lot of difficult conversations with them about it. They can guide their sex regeneration subconsciously. The 12th Doctor subconsciously took the appearance of that other guy played by Capaldi in the Pompeii episode. Yeah, because they do explicitly recognize in the show, like, I've seen this face before. They don't really have active agency, but their subconscious influences it. That's why 12 looked like Peter Capaldi. Yeah. Yeah, how does that actual quote go, Davey Sockrocker? That's a good quote. Oh yeah, it's the line delivery of it. It's the line delivery of it that works so well. Where are we? He's like, you didn't always take me where I wanted to go. And then she says, no, but I always took you where you needed to go. There's like something about her delivery of like, but I always took you where you needed to go. It's a really good episode. I do think I should rewatch Matt Smith's run because I do just like him as the Doctor. And maybe I should give the rest of it a try because I stopped watching after Capaldi's first season. Yeah, DJ, you might just have to try to explain as best you can. Like, I understand that you have this type of relationship with me and we have this history together where I'm your little girl, but I find that really hurtful now that I understand that I am not a girl. So the best thing you can do, I guess, like, if they're not hateful toward you, that's, you know, you can try to work with them on this, but be careful for sure. That's a Neil Gaiman episode. He's just so good, Neil Gaiman. It's pseudo-random, like not complete control, but I think it's based on how the Doctor has changed over time. Yeah, so it makes sense that it's not just random and that maybe that there's something about their personality influences whether they're going to be male or female on any given one. So yeah, overall, the Doctor has been a man, overwhelmingly, for like thousands of years. But yeah, tried out being a woman for a while. Yeah, if they're being hateful, then you might just need to, yeah, keep it to yourself until you're out of the house. I'm not saying that's an easy solution, but it is sometimes the only solution, so. 122 likes today. This is up there in terms of the number of likes on a stream. Normally, we don't get quite this much. The term is likeage. Yeah, we don't normally get this much likeage on the stream. Leakage? No, we don't want leakage. Leakage is bad. You don't want that. I'm seeing if there's anything in the news that I want to talk about that might be positive. Da 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 da. Wow. Okay. It's like, am I getting like little flecks of fucking lipstick or what is happening in my mouth? I don't understand. How many kids were saved from the orphan crushing machine today? Yeah, this is the question. Finally found the Matt Smith quote I was looking for. When people come to you and ask if trying to get to me through the people I love is in any way a good idea, I want you to tell them your name. Oh, look, I'm angry. That's new. I'm not really sure what's going to happen now. I just find that character really compelling. Is this how you can tell that I'm a sub? Because I'm like really turned on by that. Like, or I guess not a sub. I guess that kind of makes me a masochist or something, like some combination of terms there. Like Matt Smith with the ascetic, like the heavy brow and the like shadowed eyes and like when his head is tilted down like that, like boy, that really gets me going. kind of relate to 11 because of his very obvious ADHD treats. Yeah, that's fair enough. I come back from dinner and you're all demoned out. What do I have to do? What needs to happen in order for this to scan as dragon and not demon? I've even managed to get my horns to a better angle. I do still want them to be like closer to up here, like on my head, but in order for them to be the correct angle, I have to put them way back here so that they'll like sit right. What do I have to do? Got to get scales. These do have scales on the you can see they have like scales on the back part of the wings. Dragon. Do drugs. I can't condone that. Don't do drugs, kids. No, Davey, that's a horrible thing. I would never say that. Gotta get scales. I guess I just gotta get some fucking face tattoos of scales. That's what I need. I have to get some face tattoos. In some cultures, dragons are demons. Okay. Scales might help, but yeah, it seems pretty obviously dragon-like to me. I just want to be distinct, okay? I want to be distinct. Get I'm a dragon on your forehead. Yeah, do I just need some Sharpie? And I'll just... Dragon... And then run out of space. I might get... You listen, it's not like I'm gonna get, like, gross face tattoos. I mean, like... really tiny like hold on. Wait. I don't know if I'm gonna find anything like what I want here. I'm thinking maybe what does she look like? Okay, so this is kind of what I'm thinking. When I'm thinking, like, I should get some tattoos of scales on my face, I'm thinking of, like, this. Like, maybe, like, obviously, like, she doesn't have scales. Like, this is some other texture. Well, I mean, yeah, no, this is basically, like, that's kind of what scales would look like. But I think in highlight areas, like, on the collarbone or not on the collarbone, holy shit, on the fucking cheekbone, and, like, maybe the forehead and, like, that part of the nose or something. Holy shit, Socialist Boss Baby donated $100. Holy shit, thank you. I just got diagnosed as autistic, feeling validated AF, and just wanted to share the good vibes today. Holy shit, thank you so much. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna for sure be able to get a passport soon. That's gonna be awesome. Sundays are my favorite stream days because they are the streams that I get to spend the longest hanging out with you all, and I appreciate you all hanging out, and the donos are just like, they just make it that much better. Or like the blue transforming lady from oh yeah, I guess maybe she might be a good example of this too. What the fuck is her name? Mystique. That her name? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too when I think of the face scales. But this is like really textured. Is that Jennifer Lawrence? Has Jennifer Lawrence... Yeah, Jennifer Lawrence played Mystique in a more recent one. I didn't know that was the case. But yeah, no, Jennifer Lawrence is... or any version of Mystique is... she has a lot of texture on her face. Where am I? Yeah, there's so much texture. Yeah, kind of like Kerrigan from StarCraft. Yeah, my voice is deep from testosterone, but you can also voice train. You could do something with makeup instead of permanent tattoo lux. Okay, listen. The amount of time that it took me to put on this amount of makeup and to change, because I normally am wearing these little hoop earrings, you know? Normally I'm wearing these little guys in my ears. And like... to get this thing on the correct tightness, because it has fucking lobster clasp and it was being really irritating. The amount of time that it took me to get this amount of ready for stream, I do not have time to do fucking makeup makeup scales. I don't know. I don't even know how you do it. How do you do makeup scales? It's called stencil. Thank you and welcome to the website. Just Jinxed. Yeah. How do you do it? I've heard many tattoo artists won't do face tattoos unless you already have a lot of tattoos. I have 4. I have 4 tattoos. Like I have 4, and they would just be like highlight tattoos. Like they would maybe highlight here. And that's like the main spot that I can think to have them is like here on my cheekbone, like maybe like this, and then coming down with like a bit of a triangle shape over here. I kind of also really like, night elf tattoos on their faces. I've done that with makeup before where I've just drawn like the night elf patterns on their faces, but I would seriously consider getting that tattooed also. Stencil and a fine mist spray gun. Guys, do you want to, okay, listen, find me these things on Amazon, and then I will add them to my Amazon wish list so somebody could get them for me. Because I got other shit that I need to do. Oh my god. Although it's not like the tattoos wouldn't cost money also. But I'm like, how do you, like, the mist spray gun? You could do a whole Star Trek latex hood that incorporates your horns and has scaly skin leading down, and then you just blend the edges with your skin with makeup. That's true. There are several drawbacks to that, but that is very true. I don't know that I would ever do such a thing because of the drawbacks involved, but it would be cool. I would love to get wood elf style tattoos, but I'm broke. What kind of wood elves? What kind of style? Oh my god, my phone. Calm down. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it would get really hot under there. My hair would be covered up, which I don't want. Like, I want my hair to be out and, like, pretty, Context why they are with horns and wings. Because I'm a dragon. And I got the wings this week from my Amazon wishlist. Thank you so much, Davey. And I wanted to show them off. Hello. I am Durg. I am cutie. More importantly, I have not watched The Dragon Prince. I watched the first episode and I was like, no. Oh, yeah, we watched one episode and I was like, this doesn't seem good. Internet Hobo, are you asking me about the, the tattoos, like the night elf face tattoos? Because, yeah, hold on, let me find it to show you what I was talking about. I loved The Dragon Prince, but the wood elf's name is really similar to my dead name. Oh, that's a nightmare. Oh, asking the other person about the wood elf tattoos. Yeah, when you say I would like to get wood elf tattoos, what did you mean, Jack River? Because I have done... Let me open this in a new tab. I did this once, this one right here. Beep, 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 beep. I did this right here because this is what I used to... My night elf usually had either this butterfly-looking one or this pretty one. And so I did draw this on my face with eyeliner one time. And I would seriously consider getting this tattooed on my face, I think. Because I like them a lot. The green moth is so cool. Is it a moth? Is that what it's reading as? I mean, I guess it is a little bit butterfly-like. But they've added more, I think, in recent expansions that look pretty cool. Yeah, several of these look like butterflies, actually. Like this one in the top right also kind of looks like 2 butterfly wings. Okay, thank you, phone. Sometimes I had these ones, too, but I always ended up settling with one of these ones, and especially this one. I liked it a lot. Anyway. Dragon Prince is a pretty decent show. There's a trans guy in the latest season. He's an Earthblood elf. Okay, interesting. So the Dragon Prince... so if you didn't already know this, I have a podcast with my friend, Dr. Catherine Strickson, who is a paleontologist. And I was talking about this with her a few weeks ago, or a few podcast episodes ago, however long ago it was. And I was saying that I didn't like the Dragon Prince. And she was like, okay, well, the way that I was prepped for the Dragon Prince was that someone told me, oh, it's kind of like Avatar: The Last Airbender, except it's not nearly as good. And I was like, okay, well, if someone had prepped me with that, I might have been a little bit more prepared for what I was going to be getting into. I also just don't like the animation style, I think, but I don't know. I might give it another try someday. You can use a filter for the scales. I don't think I can do it during live stream. Like for photos, sure, but I don't think I can do a filter during my live stream. I want the Daedalus battlecruiser ship from Stargate tattooed on my left arm, with it covered by a sleeve of a galaxy and the ship's trail coming from Earth. It makes sense in my head. That sounds really cool. The next tattoo that I have been wanting to get is the homunculus tattoo from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, the Ouroboros. Oh, whoa. Ouroboros? I can never spell this word. Ouroboros. FMA tattoo. I don't know, just Ouroboros, FMA. Give me the results that I want. I want this tattooed on me, I think, in the same spot that Envy has theirs on their leg. Oh, does this actually show? Yeah, this actually shows. So, like, Envy has theirs on their left thigh. And I kind of want to... I think that I kind of want that also there. But, I don't know. More recently, I've been feeling a little bit less psyched about it, or like maybe I'm just ready to have like a cool art thing. Like I love people who have those really cool octopus tattoos or those really nicely shaded flower tattoos. Or I thought recently maybe I'll get like a really super cool maybe I'll get a really super cool mushroom tattoo that's really well shaded and beautiful, and like I'm ready to have like actual art. Because none of my tattoos are really art. Like, this one on my chest is, like, the closest to, like, art because it's an image. But that's still, like, it doesn't have shading or color. So it lacks an artistic quality. Lux Dragon VTuber era. True. I was curious why many trans women get Zelda tattoos. Are the logos trans symbols for something? Or is it just that popular given Link's NB look? Yeah, a lot of trans people think that Link could be trans either direction. There's like cross-dressing arcs in at least one of the games. By the way, the horns, where did you buy it? I 3D printed them. I didn't design them. I downloaded the design from someone else, and then I 3D printed them with my printer. So I cannot direct you to where to buy them. My friend has a badger with a bunch of cool mushrooms growing on their back. That's really cool. That's cool. Yeah, in Breath of the Wild, he cross-dresses. But people have just kind of always thought that Link could be a boy or a girl. And I think that was the intention. Excuse me. I think that the creator... What's the creator's name? Who fucking originally created... What is his name? Shigeru Miyamoto. Okay, yeah. Shigeru Miyamoto is... He originally said that he wanted Link to be a character that anyone could project themselves onto. So Link being gender ambiguous is kind of deliberate. It's just so that the character can represent either gendered player. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's so that you can project yourself onto that character. My first tattoo will be Captain America's shield, but replace the star with the Starfleet Delta. You couldn't spell Ouroboros right either. There's only one U in that word. I always thought Link was a girl. It's also why Stan Lee gave Spider-Man a full mask. Anyone could be under that mask. I like that conceptually. That is nice. But yeah, tattoos and shit are things that are gonna have to wait. I guess I could potentially try to figure out how to put scales on my face for stream. It needs to be fast. Whatever whatever I end up doing to try to put tattoos or like to try to put scales on my face, it needs to be quick or I'm not going to fucking spend the time. Whereas if I get tattoos, then I will just have them and then don't have to worry about it ever again. Scale stickers? Oh no. Ooh boo-oos. Oh my god. Mama Mephistopheles, I cannot believe you just made me read that with my own brain. Do some shimmer powder. Do I need like some just like silver, like metallic shiny shimmer powder so that it's like charcoaly dark gray, but so it still matches and like is black, but I don't how How about how to do mermaid scales on makeup? I'll just fucking look that up later. Trans storyline on Quantum Leap tomorrow. Quantum Leap? That is not something that I'm familiar with. Oh yeah, I was trying to find something. Keffels was doing an uwu voice the other night and was given things to read in that voice, and she started reading Ted Kaczynski's manifesto and was like, and I was like, the Uwuna bomber. Oh no. Zelda and Ganon are also trans. The Triforce is a manifestation of trans power. True. Okay. I wanted to see if there was anything cool. Or can we look at, are there any good pictures that we can look at or something like animals or something that we can wrap up stream with? Something wholesome and good. I remember trying to put scales on my face to cosplay one of my OCs and failing miserably. Yeah, it can't be hard. It cannot be difficult. If it's difficult in any way, shape, or form, I'm out. I'd strongly suggest something like henna before you go full tat on your face, but here's the stencil I use. Well, sure, I will probably draw on my face numerous times before I end up getting a tattoo, but yeah, see, I do think that scales on your face would look like this rather than, they would not be like diagonal. When people say that Zelda is the protagonist of The Legend of Zelda, they're just dead naming Link. True. That stencil is not expensive though. I could probably 3D print a stencil like that. I wonder if I could find a model for that. That would be cool. I love how Netflix just immediately backed out of everything that they were doing. Oh my god, my hair is just trapped under my horn right now. And I don't love that. Okay. I just want my hair to be out. Whoa. Okay, there we go. That feels better. Somewhat better. Yeah, they backed off of the password sharing thing. They alleged that they intended for the rules to only be posted in certain countries and that it was a mistake for them to be posted in the United States one. But, yeah. It was dumb. They just responded to the bullying. Bullying works in capitalism, guys. That's what it turns out. I'm so mad about Netflix canceling Dead End. Don't get mad about Netflix canceling stuff. You knew that was going to happen. It's not a surprise anymore. That's just their business model. They know what they're doing. All right, I'm done with these. Now that I've realized I want them to sit at a different angle, I don't think I'm going to be content with them unless they are not doing what they're doing. I need to 3D print some that don't have these holes in them. And then I'm going to send them to a maker and be like, hey, can you make me a custom leather? It's just going to be enormous because these horns are fucking huge. Like, you ever, like, I don't know if you've ever, like, looked at my horns, but, like, they are thick boys. They are thick thick boys. And so like the leather thing has to be bigger than this on my head. Yay. Thick. What if you tattooed the scales on the shaved sides of your head? Maybe. I mean, I guess, but I mean, I only shave my head like once a month, and it does get quite shaggy quite quickly. Were they printed solid or with a lattice? It's like 15% infill, so they are hollow. There's no reason to print something at 100. There's like pretty much no reason to print something with 100% infill. It's just a waste of plastic at that point. Yeah, I don't even want to watch anything new on Netflix anymore at this point. I mean, they also keep commissioning more and more anti-trans, you know, content from their comedians. Unless the weight is something you're going for. Yeah, I mean, just I was kind of thinking to myself, I don't want to waste the plastic, and also I don't want to I don't want really heavy horns, you know, because then if you move, then they're more likely to like shift or fly off your head if you're wearing like one cohesive piece, like the leather thing that I'm hopefully going to be able to get, and it'll just like poof, the whole thing will come off, and then it'll also hurt your neck. Like I already have okay, listen, I don't have a lot of hair, but if I were to cut all of this off, like that would probably be at least a pound off of my head. So I don't want to have, like really heavy horns. It wouldn't be too No. So yeah, Peanut Butter Blondie, it's not that it would be difficult to do this with leather. I apologize. I shouldn't have left it at that. I just mean like it's going to be enormous. So it's going to, wherever it is on my head, the leather thing has to be bigger than the horns. And also the leather thing is going to like come all the way across here. So it's like, do I really want a 3-inch band going across my head? Because that's what I would need to have in between these two parts, is like, you know, like a piece of leather like this going across them, and then that would be going across the top of my head like that. So do I actually want that, or can I talk to the maker about maybe like slimming it down a little bit in the center? Yeah, my friend who has a tiefling cosplay guy, a tiefling character, we printed him some horns, and then he got them turned into a headband basically by this person, and I texted him and was like, hey, who's that maker? So I'm gonna get in touch with that maker when I have some extra money. Stream's still going. I know, it's been almost 5 hours. Peanut Butter Blondie with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Whether you're just here hanging out, if you've hit like, if you're just chilling in the stream, or if you're just lurking, like doing the donos, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. You can do rings for the horn bases and a thinner strap. Well, okay, so yeah, I'm just like, based off of, I like what my friend had done. Like, I enjoy because it basically made it look like he has horns normally, and then he just had like a headband that happened to fit over and around his horns. So that's kind of what I was looking for. Because it's actually like a little bit of fantasy immersion, I guess. Can you get a pic of it? I mean, maybe. I don't want to like dox my personal friend on stream, like, you know. So there might be pictures of my friend in his costume, but I don't know if I'll be able to find one of just the horns. Yeah. No, I'm sure that he's appeared on the internet before, but like, yeah. Dox me, daddy. True. I'll take it. Don't dox me, daddy. Please don't. Leave me alone. Get away from me. Lord have mercy. Lord of mercy. Oh, wait. There was a new Guinness World Record for the world's oldest dog. So that's a brand new news, and I wanted to share that with you because I saw the video, and the dog is like still looks healthy and is walking around outside and shit. I want to see the video. The whining that I just kicked into right there was unbelievable. And I even tried, I was like, I realized what was happening as it was coming out of my mouth. And I was like, I can't, like, I was like, I need to restrain this. Okay, here's Doggy. This is the oldest dog recorded since what year was it? So yeah, here we're seeing this. 2 weeks after Guinness World Records announced that a 23-year-old dog, a 23-year-old Chihuahua was the world's oldest living dog, a much more senior canine came out of the woodwork to claim the title. This dog is called Bobby, and it's 30 years old, 30 years and 266 days old as of February 1st, according to Guinness. He is a purebred Refero do Alentejo, a livestock guardian dog with an average life expectancy of 12 to 14 years. So now he is the world record holder. What was the previous world record? It was from 1920 something, I think. Was the previous world's oldest dog? This dog. All right, so I guess that they did just recently. Okay, here. The nearly century-old record before Bobby was held by Bluey, an Australian cattle dog born in 1910. He lived to be 29 years and 5 months old. Yeah, this dog is 30 years old. This dog that you're... Hold on, we'll watch the video. Headphones? Do I need headphones for this? Doing this? This dog is 30... This dog is almost 31. This dog named Bobby, little thing that I saw the other day on the internet. Out there on the internet. A little heartwarming dog story. He does have a bit of a limp. Yeah. This is just what I needed to come on to see. Exactly, Amy. Hello. What's up? So, yeah, we've been going for almost 5 hours now, and I wanted to do a little bit of wholesome posting before we took off for the day. He walks like an old dog. Yeah. And he's chunky and like he's like, whoa. But you know, may he live many more years. If he's, I think that this article did say that he was having a hard time seeing nowadays. Yeah, at 30 years old, Bobby has difficulty walking and his eyesight has worsened, according to the Costas. But the elderly dog continues to enjoy each day, resting, spending time with feline friends, and relaxing by the fire when it gets chilly. That's such a happy dog. I'm so happy for him. Oh, to be a 30-year-old puppy who gets to get scritches and having he just gets to hang out with cats. I know, getting to hang out with cats who are just like on your face all the time. Oh my God. I haven't seen a cat in over a week now, I think. I think it's been almost 2 weeks since I have seen a cat, which is quite possibly the longest I have ever gone. I'm trying to think, because I think even when I lived with one of my parents who didn't have a cat, that the other parent always had a cat, and I had like split custody between the two of them for a long time. So I think this might have been the longest I've gone. Oh yeah, I didn't end up doing the reaction to Keffels and Buck Angel thing because the video was 27 minutes long and I knew that it was going to take me way longer than I wanted to do today. So I might get to that later this week and do the reaction of later this week. What about when you were a baby? There were cats all the time. I earnestly don't think I ever didn't have cats. My mom had a cat when I was born. Like, I have a cat on my chair back. I'm jealous. See you, Anthony. Yeah, good night. I feel like it'd be best to let any Keffels drama die down a bit before visiting it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. We never had any pets when I was growing up. My mom always said that 4 kids was enough. I petted him and he did a little hello meow. I will say, whenever I do visit my partner, the cat is usually very happy to see me. So that's always good. Like if you like when you see an animal and the animal's just like, hi, and they come over to you and they're like, please pet me, and you're like, okay, we're friends. This is good, you know. He's still my friend, even though I do not get to see him as much. Yeah, it's been almost 2 weeks since I have petted a cat. Or no, maybe that's not true. I think I did see him more recently, but it was just really brief, and I only came in and like petted him for a minute and then left again. So okay, I was wrong. It wasn't that great of a debate anyhow. Buck did his usual say cruel things, claim he's the target, and then have to dip due to time. Unsurprising. But I think it's funny to watch people get made fun of sometimes. My kitty tucks me into bed at night and kisses me on the forehead as a good night. I can't live without her. Like, I'm not in a position where I want to have a cat right now. But, like, I've been mourning Lucy a lot lately. And, like, when the time comes, like, I am really looking forward to loving a cat again in that same way. You know? Not, I might still someday end up living with Mitternacht again, who is the cat that I most recently lived with. But yeah, I mean, it's not quite the same as being like, I really am in love with this cat because Lucy was my love. Buck malded so hard he became negative bald while Keffels called him a grifter. Oh, he is a grifter though. He'll say anything that he needs to say to be profitable. He calls himself a trans activist when it suits him and then claims later that he's not one. That sounds insane, Jack River. They say, I grew up with cats too. My parents' cat even gave birth on top of my mom's pregnant belly when I wasn't born yet. Why was that cat not in a box with blankets? That would be so disgusting. Like having an animal give birth literally on top of your body, that would be so gross. That's too much. That's too much, man. I got these... These wings are very high up on my body. They start to like touch the back of my head, and I need them to stop doing that. Stop touching me. Okay, there we go. Well, Buck called his own manhood a costume. God, what a fucking joke. Oh, the mom was asleep. The mom was taking a pregnancy nap, and the animal gave birth on top of her without her knowing. I guess that means that the animal really was comfortable with your mom. Absolute epitome of a self-hating trans person. He's absurd. He's ridiculous. I mean, pregnancy makes you fucking tired, Davey. Progesterone makes you a big sleepy. A big, big sleepy boy. An isopod gave birth while I held it. She must have trusted me too. Whoa, that's cool. I've never seen any of my isopods giving birth. I've seen them taking their shirt off when they shed their exoskeleton, but that's all. I take my proggers before bed. Yeah, that's a good call. I don't really find that much of the news on Uplifting News subreddit is, like, all that uplifting. Prog champ. Prog make you sleepy. That's true. They make you sleepy. They just kind of crawl out of the lower abdomen and they're little white translucent babies. Oh, I mean, yeah, I know what they look like. I've just never seen them be born actively. I have isopods right now. I think my Armadillidium vulgare, one of them just had a brood quite recently. Too much orphan crushing machine in Uplifting News. Just a little bit too much. And like none of it's like cutesy enough for my preference. So maybe we'll just have to leave it at cute dog is old. Like cute dog, 30-year-old dog. Dog go. Yeah. Speaking of progesterone making you sleepy, another thing that make you sleepy is not fucking eating enough. So now that I am almost at the 5-hour mark, I'm gonna go feed myself some food. So, oh, you know what? Mashed potatoes sound really good. I'm gonna make like mashed potatoes and gravy. That sounds super yummy. Or like maybe some roasted zucchini. Oh my God. It's gonna be so delicious. Yes, isopods give live birth. Yeah. They do sometimes die when they're giving live birth, but they do give live birth. Indeed. Okay, well, I will cook myself some food, and I will see you all on Tuesday, unless something goes crazy, which I don't expect it to. So yeah, be good. Take care of yourselves, and join the Discord if you're not already a member over there, so that you can get notified when we go live next time and be part of our conversations and stuff off stream. Okay? Okay.